The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? We pray your blessing on us this day, O Lord. Trusting in your daily provision, may we find ourselves like trees planted by water, that we may receive the strength and refreshment you provide. In this, may we face the heat of the day and the drought of spirit that attend the demands on our time. Reveal to us the sustenance available to us as our roots, our very beings, reach deep to find anchor in your truth. Grant us the security of your protection as we yearn for the refuge of your steadfast love. Then may we, as a Congress, as a country, and as communities, seek to rid ourselves of fear and anxiety by placing our trust and confidence in you. Extend to us your wisdom, that we need not depend on our own understanding. Test our minds this day and search our hearts, and if we are found wanting, be gracious unto us. In you does our hope find its foundation, and in your name will our prayers be answered. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection?
I rise today to congratulate the Kapuscinski family for their hard work and dedication that has enabled 70 incredible years of business for Hewlett's on Lake George. On the east shore of Lake George, this family-owned and operated small business has provided welcoming vacations for those wishing to explore the incredible beauty that Lake George and the Adirondacks has to offer. In 1953, George and Margaret Eichler purchased property in Hewlett's Landing, New York, after falling in love with the quiet oasis on Lake George. They wanted to share this quaint vacation spot with those who want to appreciate time with their families. There is nothing more important than family time together. I'm proud to recognize the hard work and dedication of 3 generations of the Kapuscinski family. Their contributions to Hewlett's Landing and the Lake George area have been instrumental in the lives of many. Their demonstrated entrepreneurial spirit is a trademark of upstate New York and the North Country. I look forward to witnessing 70 more years of their strong business in the Lake George region. On behalf of New York's 21st Congressional District, it is my honor to congratulate the Kapuscinski family for 70 years of successful operating Hewlett's on Lake George. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate Korean American Day tomorrow. I'm proud to represent Koreatown in Los Angeles, the largest Korean American community of any congressional district in the country. Tomorrow we recognize the landmark 120th anniversary of the arrival of the first Korean American immigrants to the United States. And we honor the enduring legacy, sacrifices, and contributions made by generations of Korean Americans. This is why I urge my colleagues to support my resolution to recognize the ideals of Korean American Day and the essential contributions of Korean Americans to American life. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Korean American Day, making the arrival of the first Korean immigrants to the United States in 1903. Those brave pioneers paved the way for generations of Korean Americans to make countless contributions to our great country. Like so many before me, I came to this country with my family from Korea. Now I'm living my American dream. Today, we celebrate the strength of Korean American communities like those in Southern California. We recognize the power and impact of our achievements, and we honor the shared heritage of Korean Americans across our nation. As one of the first Korean American women to serve in Congress, I am proud to recognize this important day and to honor the millions of Korean Americans who have contributed so much to the success of the United States of America. And thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, asking unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it should not be a partisan issue to support democracies globally and in particular affirm the results of the free, fair, and credible presidential election in Brazil last fall. The radio silence of my Republican colleagues regarding the January 8th attack on Brazilian democracy is inconsistent with their professed concern over freedom. On a bipartisan basis, we should denounce a would-be autocrat who refuses to accept the results of elections and is taking refuge within the United States. Our contempt should also extend to American extremists who are undermining democratic institutions at home and abroad. Our commitment to democratic freedom cannot be selective. Fascism and communism are two sides of the same authoritarian coin. Standing up for democratic values is not just about standing up to the Chinese Communist Party, it's about condemning autocratic movements globally. We must defend democratic institutions here and everywhere, including any conspiracy undermining Brazilian democracy. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Shingle House American Legion Post 530 in Potter County on its 100th anniversary. This Friday, January 13th, will be 100 years since its charter was enacted. In celebration of this monumental anniversary, Shingle House is hosting a week-long open house for the public. Events include special meals, activities for all ages, and lots of prizes. In the early years of the Shingle House American Legion, members gathered at the dry cleaning shop of Shorty Klinger. As time went on and membership grew, the Post reached its top membership in 1999 when it had 284 members and 271 social members. Today, it remains a traditional-style Legion, with community engagement and a focus on projects that support the Legion's 4 pillars: Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation, National Security, Americanism, and Children and Youth. The Post continues to support community projects like Adopt the Highway, local Boy Scout and Girl Scout troops, and the Wounded Warriors. Mr. Speaker, the Shingle House American Legion Post 530 continues to serve as a community pillar. From supporting local charities to providing a meeting house for veterans of all ages, they remain an important part of the community. Congratulations to all Shingle House American Legion members on their centennial anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after all the excitement over the Speaker's race last week, it was good to get down to work this week, or not. Let's recap. The new Republican majority protected rich donors from paying their fair share in taxes, naturally, and in the process delayed working families from getting their tax refunds. Way to go. Next up, a select committee on the so-called weaponization of the federal government. Nothing like a Joe McCarthy-style committee to stoke more fear and distrust of the federal government only 2 years after the attack on our Capitol. And then criminalizing women's health care because, of course, that's why the American people gave the Republicans the majority. The red wave the Republicans dreamed about never materialized because the American people rejected their far-right agenda up and down the ballot. Clearly, they didn't get the message. And yet they did nothing to tackle inflation, the biggest issue for the American people in the last election. Mr. Speaker, this isn't what the American people signed up for. And it's going to be a long 2 years if this is all they're going to do. And so I reluctantly yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to stand here and celebrate the induction of Chief of Police Dr. Jonathan Flores from Alton, Texas, to the National Law Enforcement Officer Hall of Fame. Chief Flores has been both progressive and innovative by growing the partnerships within the community and surrounding agencies. His hard work and perseverance clearly demonstrates the dedication to his community. This monumentous occasion truly reflects his great impact to both as a law enforcement officer and chief. On behalf of Texas's 15th Congressional District, I have the honor to say Chief Jonathan Flores, and to thank him, Chief Jonathan Flores, for his life of service to our community and to our country. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the school board members from the 7 school districts in my district in recognition of School Board Member Appreciation Month. I'm incredibly grateful for the extremely devoted school board members across my district, from Aldine, Houston, Galena Park, Channelview, Sheldon, Pasadena, and Humble ISD. These folks are doing incredible work on behalf of the people and are the most important public servants I can think of. They are shaping the next generation of leaders by ensuring our schools are places where students can learn, explore, and dream. I know that keeping our schools running smoothly and safely comes with plenty of late nights and a lot of behind-the-scenes work. And I'm truly grateful for the work of all these school board members and their service to the next generation of leaders. And I thank them for always putting children over politics, classrooms over bathrooms, books over bullets, and teaching over talking points. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize one of my district's leading industries that continues to grow and provide good-paying jobs to hardworking Americans. According to the World Steel Association, more than 6 million people work in the steel industry across the nation. In Mississippi County, Arkansas, thousands of men and women are employed at steel mills and are some of the highest-paid workers in my district. The steel industry is the backbone of our nation's infrastructure, whether it's used to build roads, freight rail, schools, or even green energy projects. Steel is at the heart of it all, and its growth will only continue. In 2017 alone, the American Steel and Iron Institute found the industry was responsible for $520 billion in economic output, and that number continues to rise. Recently, U.S. Steel announced the biggest capital investment in the history of Arkansas right in my district, bringing with it 900 new jobs. As the chairman of the Congressional Steel Caucus, I'll fight for policies that support the growth of the steel industry and promote exports of American steel. I'm committed to working with the industry to get our steel on the market at home and across the globe. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honor to stand in this well and represent the people of Michigan's 13th district. Last week, for the first time in 100 years, the House failed to organize on opening day. As a new member of Congress, I found it to be a sad day for this body as an institution. a sad day for democracy, a sad day for American people. Mr. Speaker, House Democrats are united and prepared to try to find common ground with the other side of the aisle to solve problems on behalf of the American people. But I am not sure if I'll find a willing partner across the aisle because of extreme viewpoints. The start of 118th Congress has, in its short time of existence, seen some sad days. These sad days must stop now. Let's get to work.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 5, I call up the bill H.R. 22 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 22, a bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from sending petroleum products from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the Majority Leader and the Minority Leader, or their respective designees. The gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Washington, Mrs. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 22.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 22, the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. America is suffering through the worst energy crisis in decades. President Biden and the Democrats' radical rush to green agenda is making life unaffordable for people all across this country. It's driving record inflation, straining household budgets, and weakening our electric grid. Under President Biden and the Democrats' control of China, gas prices rose to the highest levels in history. Some were forced to pay more than $6 per gallon. Gas prices are still 40% higher today. Diesel prices are up almost $2 a gallon, more than when President Biden took office. The federal government should not be in the business of picking winners and losers, especially when it makes us more dangerously dependent upon China for critical minerals, solar panels, and batteries to produce our own energy and electricity, and strengthens Russia and OPEC's grip on world oil and gas markets. Now, to cover up his failed policies driving our energy and inflation crisis, President Biden drained our nation's strategic petroleum reserve at an alarming rate. America's strategic petroleum reserve, once the world's largest stockpile, has been depleted to the lowest level since 1983. President Biden released an unprecedented 250 million barrels of oil in less than 2 years, more than all former presidents combined. And as we know, much of that oil went to China because our refineries and pipelines are full. It now has nowhere to go here. In April, the Biden administration sold 1 million barrels directly to a state-owned Chinese company. Millions more barrels went to overseas traders who eventually sent it to China. We also know that China is ramping up its purchases of crude oil from Russia and the U.S. to boost its own reserves. China now controls the world's largest government-controlled stockpile of oil, with almost 1 billion barrels, at the expense of American taxpayers and our energy security. America's strategic petroleum reserve is meant for true energy supply disruptions, like those caused by hurricanes and natural disasters, not to help China. Draining our strategic reserves for political purposes and selling portions of it to China is a significant threat to our national security. The administration is not just hurting our own ability to respond to emergencies and national security events. They are actively bolstering the oil reserves of our most dangerous geopolitical adversary, the Chinese Communist Party. This is unacceptable and it must stop. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and prohibit the sale and export of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve crude oil to China. H.R. 22 prevents the Secretary of Energy from selling any products from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to any entity owned under the control or the influence of the CCP, or selling to any other entity that intends to export to China. Enacting H.R. 22, preventing the Biden administration from wasting our strategic reserves, is the first step towards flipping the switch and unleashing American energy production. America has led the world in reducing carbon emissions and promoting innovation by utilizing our abundant, clean, affordable, and reliable energy. We can restore this leadership without sacrificing our energy security or making everyday life unaffordable for people. That starts by enacting smart, workable, all of the above strategies that build on this legacy by lowering cost and emissions across the country. It includes our infrastructure and electricity grid, making it more resilient, unleashing innovation for cleaner natural gas, emissions-free hydropower and nuclear power, and carbon capture technologies. Republicans support a level playing field with a balance of energy sources, but without handing the keys of our energy future over to the Chinese Communist Party. It's time to cut the red tape, expand energy production here at home, modernize our infrastructure, invest in new technologies, and create opportunities for jobs and economic development right here in the United States of America. I look forward to passage of this bill today, and I'm eager to get to work with my colleagues on additional solutions to make energy cleaner, more affordable, and more reliable for all Americans. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlelady from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, let me first begin by congratulating the gentlewoman from Washington State on her election as the chairman of the Energy, or chairwoman, I should say, of the Energy and Commerce Committee. I rise in opposition to H.R. 22, the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. First, let's take a moment to remember how we got here. In 2015, when Republicans last controlled Congress, they lifted the 40-year ban on crude oil exports at the urging of their big oil friends. This irresponsible policy change allowed companies to export American-owned barrels of oil to our adversaries, including China. Again, that was a Republican policy pushed by House Republicans 8 years ago. And as a result, our crude oil exports to China surged, averaging $500 million every day during the last year of the Trump administration. China hoarded these barrels to build up its own petroleum reserves. So back in 2015, I strongly opposed that Republican bill out of concern that it would harm our energy security and ultimately lead to increased prices at the pump for hardworking American families. And it turns out I was right. And now Republicans seem to be complaining about the very circumstances that they created, all to reward their big oil friends. Lifting the export ban damaged our economic security. Refineries across the country, including in my home state of New Jersey, have closed since the export ban was lifted, in no small part due to oil companies' desires to seek greater profits abroad rather than send their oil to refineries here at home. A GAO analysis in 2020 showed that domestic refineries suffered because of the export ban being lifted, a suffering that was then inflicted on the thousands of hardworking Americans whose jobs were destroyed. Now, if Republicans were serious about addressing this issue, they would have brought forward a bill that banned all exports of oil to crude oil to China. Spro barrels sold to Chinese firms represented only 2% of all the oil we sent to China last year. Only 2% from the Spro. If we truly want to address China using American oil to build its reserves, let's actually take a serious look at that rather than skirt around the issue because Republicans are scared of big oil's wrath. And why are Republicans only banning Spro sales to China? Representatives Houlihan and Bacon introduced a bill last Congress that prohibited Spro sales to Russia, North Korea, Iran, and any country under U.S. sanctions. That bill had 37 bipartisan co-sponsors. Are my Republican colleagues okay with exporting oil to Putin's Russia in the midst of a war on Ukraine? It also speaks volumes, Mr. Speaker, that this is their first energy priority after regaining the House majority. Over the last 2 years, Democrats passed the most significant climate law in our nation's history. We also passed the bipartisan infrastructure law that will modernize our energy infrastructure. But Republicans' first energy bill this Congress isn't about investing in the resiliency of our electric grid or making American energy cleaner and cheaper. Instead, they're just recycling an old one-page bill that takes a minor step in undoing the damage that they themselves created. Republicans are here today denying their own history and muddying the truth by trying to place the blame on President Biden. But President Biden successfully used the SPRO to lower prices at the pump and provide relief to American families. When gas prices increased last year, the Biden administration took decisive action to bring gas prices back down by releasing oil from the SPRO. The administration released an unprecedented 1 billion barrels of oil a day, providing critical domestic supply to make up for shortages in the aftermath of the war in Ukraine. This was a common-sense strategy that worked, and thanks largely to President Biden's actions, gasoline prices have fallen an average of $1.90 per gallon nationwide since their peak in June. But one thing that this episode underscores is that fossil fuel prices are volatile. As long as we rely on gasoline and other fossil fuels to meet America's energy needs, our country's energy security and affordability remains at the whims of dictators like Putin on the other side of the world. While I agree, just like I did back in 2015, that we should not export U.S. crude oil to China, I want to stress that this bill could have been improved through bipartisan cooperation, regular order, and committee consideration. If Republicans hope to actually enact legislation, this is not a pathway to success. And I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to the gentleman, Leader on Energy, Dr. Burgess.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I thank the chairwoman for yielding, and I do want to speak in support of protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. Mr. Speaker, the Republican majority is wasting no time in making good on our commitment to the American people to reverse this reckless agenda that the Biden administration has followed. Republicans understand that energy policy is foundational to a thriving and dynamic national economy, and too long we've watched as Democrats' energy policy was kind of an experiment for their radical agenda, and unfortunately, they hurt the American people in the process. Now, interestingly, in July of 2020, Senator Cornyn and I had a bill to allow filling the Strategic Petroleum Reserve while prices were at historic lows. It was blocked by the Democrats. They wouldn't even consider it. Now, today, we have an opportunity to protect America's resource, refill a Strategic Petroleum Reserve so it can be used as it was originally intended to protect our people at times of crisis. I thank the gentlelady. I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor, who chaired our Climate Action Special Committee in the last Congress.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Well, I thank Chairman Pallone for yielding the time. You know, America should not be exporting our crude oil exports to an adversary. And that was our national policy for 40 years until a Republican-controlled Congress authorized sending American crude oil abroad in 2015. China exploited that ill-advised policy change, and exports of American crude oil to China increased nearly 100-fold during the Trump administration to about 391 million barrels. Last year, in response to soaring gasoline prices caused by Putin's unprovoked attack on Ukraine, President Biden successfully used the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to lower prices at the pump and provide relief to American families. This was a common sense strategy that worked. Gasoline prices have fallen an average of $1.90 per gallon nationwide since their peak last June. However, we cannot keep relying on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to keep oil prices in check.
That's why Democrats have focused on lowering cost and avoiding price spikes through the Inflation Reduction Act, because cleaner, cheaper energy is our future. It will lower costs, create good-paying jobs, and help us build safer, more resilient, and healthier communities. Plus, this bill is way too narrowly tailored. What we should be debating today is the far-sighted bill offered by my colleagues, Congresswoman Chrissy Houlihan and Congressman Don Bacon, a bipartisan bill that would completely ban all crude oil exports to China. That is a much stronger bill. It would ban, in addition to China, it would ban crude oil exports to all of our adversaries, including Iran, North Korea. But in the end, America's future is in clean energy. That's how we're going to lower the cost of energy for American families, provide good-paying jobs, and make sure that we provide a livable planet to our kids and future generations. I appreciate the gentleman, and I congratulate Ms. McMorris-Rogers for taking the gavel of the Energy and Commerce Committee and look forward to working with her in the 118th Congress. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back.
According to Russia, North Korea.
Gentleman from New Jersey Reserve.
President Biden wants to import from. Yeah, Russia. Did I say that? North Korea is not so much.
Gentlelady from
Thank you,
Washington
Mr.
is
Speaker.
recognized.
The lady suggested that we should be banning exports to Russia, North Korea, and Iran. I might just note that President Biden has actually wanted to import from Russia and Iran. Pleased to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Latta, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act, legislation offered by my good friend, the gentlelady from Washington State, and the chair of the Energy and Commerce Committee. Over the first 2 years of the Biden administration, we have seen an unprecedented level of hostility toward America's energy producers. The administration has made every effort to undermine, avoid, and restrict oil and gas production in North America, while at the same time moving to drain our strategic reserves in an attempt to offset the price increases caused by the president's own policies. Playing politics with the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has resulted in the lowest level it has been in decades. If this wasn't alarming enough, just wait until you hear who has benefited from our reserves being drained, the Chinese Communist Party. As part of this administration's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, sales a little under 1 million barrels were bought by Unipec, a Chinese petrochemical corporation. This short-sightedness shows the Biden administration is willing to put our national security at risk by selling vital reserves to our adversaries to manipulate market prices in hopes of gaining political advantage. This is not right, and every single member of this body should be opposed to such actions. And while we investigate these actions, we must ensure they never happen again. That is why I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor to Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. This bill would prevent the Secretary of Energy from selling any products from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to any entity owned or under the control or influence of the Chinese Communist Party or to any other entity that intends to export products to China. I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentleman from California, member of our committee and a leader on environmental issues, Mr. Peters.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My Republican colleagues have promised to secure America's energy future. I share this goal, and I'm eager to work together. And again, congratulations to our new chair. However, I would say that the path to energy security is not through cheap political rhetoric or Biden bashing, but through bipartisan policy solutions. We all agree that oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve should not be sold to our adversaries. And to prevent this, Representatives Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania and Don Bacon of Nebraska introduced the bipartisan Banning Oil Exports to Foreign Adversaries Act last July and reintroduced it yesterday with 34 Democratic and 7 Republican co-sponsors. The bill prevents the sale or export of oil from the SPR to China, but also North Korea, Russia, Iran, and any country currently under U.S. sanctions. I bet it would be approved by voice vote in this House today. By contrast, the bill we're debating today only prohibits SPR sales to entities affiliated with China. Given that a more comprehensive bipartisan bill already exists, why would our colleagues be putting forward a more partisan bill with a partial solution that won't pass the Senate? Let me be clear, Americans are looking for serious policy results, not half-baked ideas designed for a press release. And if my colleagues across the aisle are serious about energy independence, let's talk about that. They'll have to acknowledge that our path to true energy security is not by doubling down on oil. We've seen the costs of oil price shocks time and time again. In the 1970s, the Arab oil embargo caused oil prices to soar. In 1990, the first Gulf War spiked record prices. In 2005, Hurricane Katrina damaged refining facilities, causing prices to rise again. Between December 2007 and July 2008, prices rose from $118 a barrel to over $160 per barrel before crashing during the Great Recession. And in the last few years, we've seen rapid volatility from negative prices during the pandemic to over $100 a barrel during the recovery. It's becoming very clear that we have to admit that doubling down on oil is a failed strategy, and true energy security will be achieved by reducing our reliance on fossil fuels and investing in clean fuels of the future. Let's do that for our taxpayers as well as for the environment. And I look forward to working together on real solutions, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Guthrie.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to kind of clarify, Russia and Iran, well, Iran's part of OPEC, so they're not the ones buying out of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Matter of fact, President Biden went to OPEC to ask them to increase their production instead of doing American oil. And I also want to say 2015, to finish the sentence, they said the Republican-controlled Congress in 2015, it was also the Obama administration, worked together in a bipartisan way to unleash American energy or give them a worldwide market for American energy, that when you threw in the President Trump's administration and a regulatory environment that made sense, we had record production of energy. We did ship it throughout the world. We also had record low prices here in America. So the problem we're facing today is because of President Biden and the Democrats in Congress' war on American oil. That's the problem we're here to address. The price of gasoline hit over $5 a gallon in the height of this war on oil, $4.80 a gallon in Kentucky, when it was just over $2.20-something cents when President Biden took office. American families are hurting because of this. Small business owners are hurting because of this, and they continue to struggle. And instead of taking action to meaningfully unleash Americans' energy potential, President Biden opted to release supplies from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. And what we need to do is get back to unleashing American energy, not sitting out of our strategic preserve. Even worse, President Biden's abuse of our Strategic Petroleum Reserve has reduced our stockpile by more than 250 million barrels, jeopardizing our ability to respond to supply disruptions posed by natural disasters and other true emergencies. This includes selling millions of barrels of oil from our strategic reserve to adversarial countries, including China. And by prohibiting our strategic reserves from being sold to China, this legislation is a significant step toward restoring our energy security and providing needed relief for hardworking Americans. We have the energy, we have the ability to produce, and we need to move forward, and we need to ban Spro from going to China, and we need to move forward on American energy, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Lady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
Gentleman is recognized.
What political nonsense this bill is. It allows an American oil company to buy oil from the Spro on Monday and sell it to China on Tuesday, which means it's fine for them to see Spro oil going to China as long as an American oil company makes a little money out of it. And, of course, as the ranking member points out, it allows all the other oil in the country, 98% of it, of our exports to China, to go to China unchecked. If we were serious about lowering prices for the American consumer, we'd look at what the Republicans did in 2015 when they ended our ban on exports and insisted that that be added to the spending bill or they'd shut down the government. I had a bill introduced last month to ban American exports of oil when oil is selling for over $70 a barrel. And we need to ban the exports of natural gas when prices are too high for American consumers. Finally, this bill tries to attack the Biden administration use of the SPRO to lower gas prices here, where it's been somewhat effective and has made money for the United States Treasury. Let's legislate seriously to lower oil and natural gas prices for the American consumer, instead of simply insisting that if American SPRO oil goes to China, an oil company has to be a middleman and make a little money off of it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves.
Thank you,
Gentlelady
Mr.
from
Speaker.
Washington is
Just to correct the record, the language is very clear. If you look at subsection 2, such petroleum products will not be exported to the People's Republic of China. Please to yield 45 seconds. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank
Gentleman
you very
from Florida
much,
is
Madam
recognized.
Chair. Congratulations on your chairmanship, and I look forward to working with you. I rise, Mr. Speaker, as this legislation, in support of this legislation. It's high time to stop the Biden administration from continuing to provide China with oil reserves from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Under the current administration, we have only seen a war against domestic energy production. As a band aid to cover up the consequences of Biden's policies, resulting in unprecedented high energy prices, it chooses to draw down the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, a critical national security asset. Drawing down these reserves to cover up failed policies is wrong, but doing it and then selling that oil to China, our chief adversary, is un-American, in my opinion. Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, who's been working on this issue for some time.
Thank you very much.
Gentlelady's
And
recognized.
thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have an opportunity in this Congress to close a loophole that has been open since 2015. A loophole that enables our adversaries to purchase oil from our U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserves. There is a bill, indeed, to close that harmful loophole. A bill that will strengthen our national security. A bill that will signal to our fiercest adversaries that we will not bend a knee to those who threaten the safety of our allies and our service members, both here and abroad. I'm not talking about the bill that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have put forward today, but rather I'm talking about a bipartisan bill, my bipartisan bill, the Banning Oil Exports of Foreign Adversaries Act. We hear this phrase frequently in this chamber. It's that simple. So let's make this argument really simple, very, very simple. Our new majority has put forward a partisan bill that bans the sale of American oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve only to China. I have put forward a bipartisan bill with Representative Don Bacon and now with 44 others that would ban the sale not only to China, but also to North Korea, to Russia, to Iran, and to all other adversaries. It is modeled directly after similar and relevant legislation that I also introduced successfully in the NDAA regarding our critical minerals and rare earth element stockpiles. This bill, my bill, is stronger. It's bipartisan, and it has a chance in the Senate. This bill, the bill we're talking about today, is weaker. It's partisan, and it will unfortunately likely never see it pass the Senate's legislative graveyard. Mr. Speaker, it is very hard to hear my colleagues talk about returning to proper and regular order in the House, when in fact, if this very bill followed proper order and went through committee, we would likely be voting on a different piece of legislation today. My Republican colleagues know my background. I'm one of the most bipartisan members of this body and proudly served in the military for 13 years. And I'm here today because we have a chance to put our national security above our party politics. I call upon my colleagues, all of them, to join me in good faith to support the bipartisan Banning Oil Exports to Foreign Adversaries Act. Let's send this legislation through the proper order, strengthen it, and work together to get it signed into law. I urge my colleagues to look at the facts and to show service members and veterans that we put their safety and their sacrifice ahead of political gamesmanship. And before I conclude, I do want to thank my dear colleague, Representative Pallone, for his leadership and for having included this bill, my bill, in the Buy Low and Sell High Act of last Congress. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Johnson.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in support of H.R. 22, led by our Energy and Commerce Committee Chairwoman Kathy McMorris Rogers. Earlier this week, it was reported that after President Biden drained over 200 million barrels out of America's strategic petroleum reserve, his Department of Energy is now rejecting multiple bids to refill it, saying that oil is too expensive. I mean, this is hard to believe. This administration, who has put a stranglehold on domestic production by canceling pipelines, reducing drilling, halting leases, and proposing burdensome regulations, they're now telling the American taxpayer, sorry, we depleted your national reserves, sold some of it to China, and now we won't refill it because it's too expensive. Aren't they the ones making oil more expensive? It's as if President Biden thinks the SPR is his strategic political reserve to be used as a Band-Aid for his failed energy policies. This legislation is a needed course correction in our national energy strategy, and I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield now 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kastner, who is a leader on energy issues.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my friend from New Jersey. I rise to address a drafting error in this bill. The stated goal of H.R. 22 is to prevent aid to China and lower U.S. energy costs. As written, it's going to have the opposite effect. Let's run the math. In 2022, the SPR released about 210 million barrels of oil. Most of that was consumed domestically, a small fraction was exported, and a smaller fraction may have gone to China. During the same period, domestic oil producers exported more than 10 times that volume, so roughly 100 times the volume that was exported from that portion of our SPR that happens to be above ground. So the failure to include U.S. producers in the export prohibition means that this bill will do nothing to limit Chinese access to American oil, but since the SPR releases, as the majority notes, do reduce oil prices, curtailing our ability to use that tool will drive prices up and transfer wealth from U.S. consumers to U.S. producers in places like Bakersfield, California, as they sell higher-priced oil to China. Now, I cannot imagine that the Speaker intended to enrich his neighbors so that they could profit from Chinese oil sales, so I would encourage him to vote no. I'd also encourage anyone who seeks to prioritize United States access to United States energy to oppose until we can make the necessary corrections to this bill. Yield back.
Back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1/2 minute to Dr. Bouchon, gentleman from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak in favor of the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. Under the Biden administration, we've seen a continuous assault on American energy that has killed jobs, increased our dependency on foreign energy sources, and caused energy costs to soar. In an attempt to lower energy prices, the administration has sold millions of barrels of petroleum from our strategic reserve, depleting our own supply and helping China to build the world's largest crude oil reserve. This must stop. I call on all my colleagues to join me in voting for this legislation to stop the Secretary of Energy from selling any more petroleum products from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to oppose H.R. 22, the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. Let's get one thing straight. The reason we're here today considering this bill is because Republicans in Congress voted in 2015 to repeal a 40-year ban on the export of crude oil, including to our foreign adversaries. Despite this being a problem of their own making, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle seem more interested in playing political games with our country's energy security than offering concrete, effective solutions for the American people. When Vladimir Putin's brutal invasion of Ukraine and big oil's unchecked corporate greed caused gas prices to spike last year, the Biden administration took decisive action to lower prices for working families by releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Not only did this move help protect the wallets of my constituents and Americans all across this country, reports also indicate that our government returned a nearly $4 billion profit on these sales. So if my Republican colleagues would like to get serious about standing up to our adversaries, I'd be happy to consider such proposals. But I cannot support this piecemeal legislation drafted for the purpose of scoring cheap political points rather than actually solving the problem of high energy costs. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 22 because there's nothing strategic about an empty strategic petroleum reserve. What's worse than not having a strategic reserve is selling it off to adversaries so they can build their own. That's exactly what's been happening over the past 2 years. While our SPR has been depleted in an attempt to cover up the failed energy policies of this administration, China is taking advantage by building up their own reserve. The worst part is that their buildup has come from the U.S. reserves. Let me repeat this. President Biden has sold our valuable strategic petroleum reserves to China, while Americans face the highest energy prices in a generation and a federal government that has failed to adequately address it by unleashing our own energy potential. And every barrel sold to China makes that decision even more damaging. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 22 to prevent the administration from selling any SPR products to the CCP or related entities. Stop the attacks on American energy, unleash it, make us energy independent. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
I thank the gentleman from New Jersey. And, Mr. Speaker, I rise to point out to my colleagues some context and facts that are totally missing from this debate. Exports of oil from the Spro, regardless of destination, were not a problem before 2015. Many of us were here, and we remember exactly why that 40-year policy of the United States, a ban on crude oil exports, changed. It changed because that year, a Republican-controlled Congress insisted on lifting the export ban. And the Republicans in charge at that time refused to consider an amendment that was offered by our friend and former colleague, Representative Gene Green. That amendment would have required exporters to have a permit, finding that their export of crude oil was consistent with the national interest. Republicans did not create any restrictions on the destination of oil exported from our strategic reserves or any other source. If Republicans had not lifted that export ban, we would not have this problem. If Republicans hadn't blocked Representative Green's amendment from even being considered on the floor of the House, we would not have this problem. And instead, we are left with a Republican messaging bill, which purports to address a small part of the problem while ignoring the much bigger problem that they created back in 2015. If my friends across the aisle were truly concerned with U.S. oil exports going to China, they'd put a more serious measure forward. At the very least, they would block not just some small amount of petroleum from the Spro, but the sale of all crude oil exports to China, which includes much larger volumes outside of the Spro. In the international market, we don't know where crude oil ends up once it hits the global marketplace. That's the way it works. Sales to entities with connections to China may not go to China. Sales to entities with no connection to China may go straight to China. That's just how it works. And the fact is, the only way that we can be sure that U.S. crude doesn't end up in the hands of foreign entities of concern is to reinstate that crude oil export ban. I agree with my friends across the aisle. We shouldn't be exporting our strategic oil reserves to China. I just wish they hadn't gotten into this mess in the first place, and I wish they'd put forth a more serious bill now. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
I want to congratulate the lady from Washington on her chairmanship. You know, before the Biden administration's war on American energy, America was increasingly dominant in energy production, producing a surplus. Exceeding demand usually means that you can have lower prices because you're providing supply that exceeds demand. And then when we have more supply, we can export. We can export our allies at prices that actually compete with the OPEC cartel on the open market. That is what American energy dominance can do. But my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to keep pushing green energy initiatives, wind and solar. And I think those are groovy technologies, but guess what? You cannot export renewable energy. You can't export oil and gas. To lower prices and increase stability for our friends in Europe, they were more reliant on Vladimir Putin for their energy. But you know what? For political purposes, President Biden sold off a strategic asset of this nation. He started dumping oil out of the SPOR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, put it out there so that China could buy it, and China did buy it. This was an American asset. You know what? This bill that prohibits that oil from being sold to China and other adversaries makes sense, but the Democrat talking points make none. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
And Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Texas, a member of our committee, Ms. Fletcher.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Energy security is a key component of our national security. Our energy exports have a security impact around the world, as they do here at home. And that's why I'm disappointed this morning to hear many of my friends across the aisle criticizing and blaming President Biden for taking action to lower gas prices for American consumers and to weaken Russia's ability to fund its unconscionable and unjustified war that is unprovoked against Ukraine by selling oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. The SPR is a critical foreign policy tool and energy security tool, and it has been for more than 40 years. The SPR was created for this precise purpose, for this moment that we are living in. And these recent sales, like every sale of crude in the U.S., are made on the open market to any entity wishing to purchase it. The effective utilization of the SPR has successfully lowered costs at the pump for Americans over the last year. In December, the Wall Street Journal reported that the U.S. government made roughly $4 billion in profits last year from the sale of crude oil out of the SPR. And this is an important point to remember because it is the direct work of this body. In 2015, the Energy and Commerce Committee under Republican leadership lifted the 40-year ban on crude oil exports. Now, I wasn't here at the time, but if I had been, I would have supported my Republican colleagues in that effort to acknowledge the global free market for the commodity and the importance of ensuring America's energy security and leadership. But it isn't right to complain now for those who support free trade in oil and for those who voted for it then to complain that the system worked as it was intended to. The oil from the SPR was put on the global market, which increased supply and brought prices down here at home. Some of the oil sold by design onto the global market made its way to China. This was not an unforeseen consequence. The then majority on the Energy and Commerce Committee explicitly rejected a proposal by a Democratic member of the committee at the time, Mr. Green from Houston, to license the export of crude oil the way we license LNG exports, which requires the Department of Energy to approve the sales. Requiring DOE approval on crude sales could have prevented the sales that are now of concern. That said, I appreciate that this is a step toward addressing those concerns, but I am also concerned that this alone is insufficient and we need a more robust mechanism to address any sales of concern. Certainly, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle would be concerned about sales to North Korea or Iran or other adversaries. That's why in the last Congress, I supported my colleague from Pennsylvania, Chrissy Houlihan's bipartisan bill that would have closed the loophole to allow the sale or export of oil from the SPR to foreign adversaries. There's still work to do here, and I hope that moving forward, we can work together to craft smart energy policy that enhances our energy security and best serves the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, member of the committee, Energy and Commerce, Mr. Curtis.
Gentleman from Utah is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 22. This morning, I've listened very carefully to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about this bill, many of which I have great respect for their expertise in energy. But I've heard terms like political games, partisan, and while this may be their perspective, I wish for just a moment that we could transport all of us to my district to see the perspective there, which is one of great hypocrisy. On the one hand, instead of utilizing the vast American resources we cleanly produce, including in Utah, the president chose to use this country's strategic reserve to try to lower prices. On the other hand, in fact, the president did this while attacking energy jobs in Utah by suspending energy development on federal lands and raising the royalty to produce oil, two contributing factors to rising gas prices. Not only did this release from the reserve barely make a dent in the cost of gas and weaken our national security, it also directly strengthened our number one geopolitical adversary, China. Under no circumstances should our reserve be used to fund our adversaries. Regardless of our views in this chamber on the use of the reserve by the Biden administration, we should all agree our emergency supplies shouldn't be sent to our adversaries. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
The gentlewoman, I yield now 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
I thank the chairman very much for his leadership and recognition that when we speak about this legislation and the question of blocking the utilization of the petroleum reserve during times of crisis, we must raise a question. Obviously, having experienced a big freeze in Houston, Texas, in the state of Texas, where 151 people died, we had to face the question of a very poor energy system, a lack of access to fossil fuel, I must admit, a frozen nuclear system, and unprepared in terms of alternative energy. It was a freeze that we had never experienced in Texas. The idea of the utilization of the petroleum reserve, for me, is a national security issue. And this legislation literally says, if the president has the need and necessity to protect the American people, it will not be allowed. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to rise in opposition, even coming from what has been called previously the energy capital of the world. But what we want to be in Houston, and I believe the nation, is a multidiscipline recognizing that there is a climate crisis, but at the same time recognizing the importance of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve for, in fact, the necessities of the president to be able to provide for this nation. The American people are listening. They want an executive who can make decisions that will block the Russians from absolutely crippling us. They want a president who can utilize this reserve. And so today I stand against this legislation because it baffles me as to how we can undermine the President of the United States in serving the American people and providing for energy relief when necessary. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to the lady from Arizona, member of the committee, Energy and Commerce, Ms. Lesko.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 22. This administration's war on American energy has sent energy costs through the roof. While this administration has continued to shift blame for the rising prices, President Biden is draining our strategic petroleum reserve, meant for emergencies, by selling off some of these reserves in a Band-Aid solution for his policy failures. Since May of last year, the Biden administration has sold off 1 million barrels of oil per day until after the midterm elections. Thanks to President Biden's actions, our oil reserve is now at the lowest point in 40 years. Yet this administration has no plan to unleash American energy production to replenish our emergency oil supply and reduce prices. And to make matters even worse, while the Biden administration is selling off our emergency oil reserve at an unprecedented rate, some of these barrels of oils have gone to communist China. That's right, our emergency oil supply is now in the hands of Chinese Communist Party. We are exporting a total of 300,000 barrels of oil per day to China. In part because of the Biden administration, China, not the U.S., has the largest government-controlled stockpile of oil in the world. With this legislation, House Republicans are delivering on our promise to restore our nation's energy security and better protect our national security. This legislation stops the Biden administration from selling any more of our emergency supply to the Chinese Communist Party. House Republicans will continue to stand up to China and stop the Biden administration from ceding our energy security to our enemies. I yield back.
Yields back. Gentlelady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire how much time remains on both sides?
Gentleman from New Jersey has 5.5 minutes.
And the other side?
Gentlelady from Washington has 11.5 minutes.
Well, then I'll reserve at this time.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to the House Majority Leader, Mr. Scalise, also a longtime member of the House Energy and Commerce Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the chair of the House Energy and Commerce Committee, my dear friend, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, for yielding and for bringing this legislation, H.R. 22, to the floor, such an important piece of legislation to start standing up for America's national security. Because if you think about the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, just think of the first word in that name, strategic. It's there for America's national security. SPRO, as it's referred to, first of all, raiding SPRO, which President Biden has done over and over and over again, depleting 40% of our national security strategic reserve, not to move world oil prices. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, multiple times, starting in November of 2021, President Biden has raided SPRO because he's attacked American energy. As he attacked American energy, starting on his first day in office, the price of oil and gasoline at the pump subsequently has risen dramatically, crushing middle-class families. So he started feeling the heat. Now, his answer should have been reverse the failed policies that are dramatically increasing gas prices by crushing American energy. But no, that's not what President Biden did, because the extremists on the left don't want that. They won't allow him to do it. So then he turned to SPRO, and he said, well, maybe we can just try to trick the American people by raiding SPRO. So he did. And when he raided it, what happened? You got a sugar high for about a week, and boom, the price started going back up again. Because the world markets recognized President Biden has taken American energy off the market. We, by the way, Mr. Speaker, we are the only country in the world that can produce massive quantities of oil that is a free market country. The rest of the countries that have an abundant supply are cartels. OPEC, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, they want a high price. The only check and balance
to high prices of oil is a free market producing America. And by the way, if you want to hide behind the Green New Deal and global warming and whatever other name they attach to it, climate change, they change the name every couple of years because the American people figure out that all it is an attack on American energy. And so the price keeps going up because we're shutting off the cleanest producing country in the world. You want to lower carbon emissions in the world? Produce more oil in America. It's not just about creating more jobs. It's not just about our national security, Mr. Speaker. It's about actually reducing global emissions. Because China, as this bill addresses President Biden selling our strategic reserves to China, China's building about a coal plant a week, a new coal plant every week, dramatically increasing carbon emissions while President Biden shuts down American manufacturing and production, shuts down oil, which, by the way, we were reducing emissions during those times when we were producing energy. So again, over and over again, rated SPRO, rated SPRO, rated SPRO, the price kept going up. What went down is America's national security. And that's what we're getting to the heart of here. 40% of our reserves. Now, you've got two different ways to get energy. We can actually produce it. As the moniker right above the Speaker's rostrum says, let us develop our natural resources. We've got natural resources. We've got the best technology in the world. We can produce it cleaner than anybody else in the world. And so as long as we're producing energy, it actually can lower the cost. And so we don't just produce enough for ourselves because, by the way, if we weren't allowed to export energy, then you would see a decrease in production. You would see a decrease in exploration. It's like a farmer. If a farmer can only produce and sell in America, they're going to plant a lot less because they can't have access to world markets. You want to have access to world markets. But you want to also have a reserve in case, not in case you have a failed policy, as is what we're seeing with President Biden. You want a reserve in case there's a natural disaster. If a hurricane hits the Gulf of Mexico, as we've seen, it actually spikes the price. So you have a brief disruption, and you want a reserve to go and fill that need. If you have some kind of national security emergency, like they did in the 1970s, by the way, when SPRO was created. That's when we created this reserve for our country, when cartels controlled world oil markets, because we didn't have the technology to access like we do today. We didn't have fracking technology. We didn't have the ability to go 5,000 feet in the deep waters of the Gulf of Mexico to find billion-barrel reserves like we do today. And so the cartels controlled everything. Lines at the pump. You had to have an even-numbered license plate to get gasoline on a certain day. That was the 1970s, and so Congress created SPRO for our national security. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Gentleman is correct. The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you. I understand a little history lesson might help people recognize how we got here. It's not by accident that we got here. We should want, as Congress, to be able to work together to fix this problem, to address the fact that prices have gone up, not just for gasoline at the pump. When people are heating their homes in a cold winter, the price shouldn't be that high. And by the way, we were also, by exporting energy, helping our friends around the world so we don't have to be dependent on oil from other places or natural gas. So Putin, as was the case in the buildup to Afghanistan, Putin was making about $700 million a day, Mr. Speaker, selling his oil to America and Europe because President Biden shut off American supply. No reason that should have happened. But that's what got us here. What can get us out? First, let me remind you what else got us here. Because they're trying to blame everybody else under the sun. It was Putin's fault. It's the oil company's fault. It's the weather's fault. It's President Biden's fault. Day one he started mountains of rules and regulations. These aren't laws passed by Congress, by the way. These are rules and regulations that have come out of the Biden administration just in the last 2 years, attacking American energy, not foreign countries. President Biden was okay with pipelines from Russia to Europe, but he said no on day one to a pipeline from Canada to America. So all of these actions had a cost. The cost is dramatic prices at the pump for hardworking families, crushing the lowest income families amongst us. What agencies, by the way, are represented here? Department of Energy went after American Energy. Department of Energy Regulatory Commission. The Securities and Exchange Commission through woke policies going after American Energy. The Department of Agriculture, yes, went after American Energy in these rules and regs. The Council on Environmental Quality. The Department of State, that gets to the Keystone Pipeline. The Environmental Protection Agency. The Department of Justice. And yes, the Department of Interior, all represented right here in rules and regulations that crushed American energy, making us more dependent on foreign countries and leading to President Biden raiding our strategic petroleum reserve, 40%, making our country less safe. This foolishness has to end. We can solve this problem. Now, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers and her committee, they actually have real ideas about how to solve this problem. The good news is, Mr. Speaker, under this majority, we're going to be bringing bills through committee to the floor to fix this problem. Now, on the other side today, you hear them talking about this magic bill. They've got a bill. Boy, if we just killed this bill, because they want to keep selling our strategic reserves to China, 950,000 barrels already that President Biden has sold to China. But they've got some magic answer. My question would be, where was that magic answer 2 years ago, 2 months ago, 2 weeks ago when they were in the majority? They had the House, Senate, and White House, and just, I guess, in the last 2 weeks, they finally figured out the answer, because they surely didn't pass that to the president 2 weeks ago, 2 months ago, or 2 years ago. What they did do is they brought mountains and mountains of regulation to crush American energy. And then Biden gets on a plane, it called Air Force One. We've checked it. There are no solar panels on the wings of Air Force One. It actually uses jet fuel. And he flies to Saudi Arabia and begs Saudi princes to produce more energy because he shut down America's energy production. No leases, no pipelines, no permits. He's done all those things, and it led to higher prices. He didn't have to get on Air Force One and fly thousands of miles back and forth. Who knows what the carbon footprint of that is? I'd love to see the press dig into that, because they love talking about carbon footprints for other things. He didn't have to get on Air Force One at all. He could have picked up the phone and called Port Fourchon in South Louisiana and said, will you produce more energy in America? Cleaner, more efficient, better jobs than anywhere else in the world. He didn't do that. It's time we get smart policies. It's time we have some common sense in our energy policy, so we stop crushing those middle-class families to sell our oil to China, not just our oil, our reserves. This is our piggy bank in case there's a disaster. He's depleted 40% of it, and he'd keep reducing it to mask his failed policies. Let's get the policy right and start fighting for those hardworking families who are suffering because of this. Let's pass this legislation. Let's keep going to work for those families, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself 1 minute. I listened to the majority leader, and I want to stress that history is not on his side. The fact of the matter is that the Republicans created this problem by lifting the ban on the export of crude oil to China and the rest of the world when they were in the majority. And this bill does nothing to solve the problem. Only 2% of the oil that's exported to China comes from the Spro. The other 98%, even if this bill passes, which it won't in the Senate, will still allow the other 98% of crude oil to go to China. And the consequence of the Republican policy was to destroy jobs at American refineries, including my home state of New Jersey, because they allowed the crude oil to be exported, and as a result, a lot of the refineries closed, and we lost jobs here. So don't tell me that this is a bill that's going to help our country, help jobs. It's just the opposite. It is just masking the reality, which is they want to continue to sell oil to China, to Russia, to Iran, and to all our adversaries. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Dr. Joyce.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding, and I congratulate her on her historic leadership position.
Gentlemen, we'll suspend. Gentlelady, how many minutes?
1.5 minutes, please.
1.5. Thank you.
Again, I thank the gentlewoman for yielding, and I congratulate her for her historic leadership position. Mr. Speaker, our nation and our national security has always been tied to our ability to utilize the resources that we have right here in America to remain free. The energy resources that are underneath the feet of my constituents were vital to the production and fueling of the tanks, the planes, and the ships that gave Americans the advantages that we needed to win World War II. And now, the Chinese Communist Party threatens free nations with oppression. The Biden administration has allowed our strategic petroleum reserves to be sold to the Chinese companies for political purposes. Instead of approving new leasing permits, Biden delayed new drilling projects and canceled on day one the Keystone XL pipeline. Instead of incentivizing companies to use the resources that we have in Pennsylvania, Biden targeted American energy producers with new regulations that made natural gas and oil more expensive for American families. Selling away our strategic petroleum reserve for political gain has left our nation less safe and our economy less secure. 950,000 barrels of American strategic petroleum to the Chinese Communist Party? This boggles the American mind. It is time to refill our strategic reserves. It is time to stop risking our national security to score cheap political points. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Lady from Washington reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'll continue to reserve because they have more time on their side.
Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the gentleman from Ohio, leader on energy issues, new member of the committee, Mr. Balderson. 1 minute.
How much time?
1 minute.
1 minute. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Madam Chair, and I look forward and I'm honored and blessed to be able to serve with you. Instead of supporting American energy producers and reversing their disastrous energy policies, the Biden administration decided to drain our energy reserves to the lowest levels since 1983. So who benefited from this decision to drain these reserves? The Chinese Communist Party, now the largest government-controlled petroleum reserve in the world. In fact, this administration transferred 900,000 barrels from our stockpile to a subsidiary of Chinese Communist Party-owned China Petroleum and Chemical Corp. H.R. 22, sponsored by Madam Chair McMorris Rogers, bars the Secretary of Energy from selling any of America's petroleum reserves to an entity affiliated with the CCP or entity that intends to export it to China. Energy security is national security. House Republicans are fighting to ensure one of our greatest geopolitical challenges. China does not benefit from this administration's misguided energy policies. I urge passage of H.R. 22, the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act, and yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job, Troy.
Lady from Washington, reserve.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey.
I continue to reserve until we're prepared to close.
Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Stauber.
Thank you.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Chairwoman. I rise in support of H.R. 22. The bottom line is, do we sell our strategic petroleum reserves to China or not? The answer is we should never sell 1 ounce of strategic petroleum reserve to the communist country of China. Remember, Joe Biden, as a candidate and on day one, declared war on American energy by shutting down the XL Keystone pipeline. He still commits to the war on American energy. We in America are paying way more for energy than we should because of the policies of this administration. So this H.R. 22, Madam Chair, is an easy one. The United States of America should not sell 1 ounce of our strategic petroleum reserve to the communist country of China. And I rise in strong support of H.R. 22, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I
Lady
reserve.
from Washington.
All right. Getting them fired up.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, new member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Weber.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Speaker, I have paid attention to this SPR since 2008 when I got elected to the Texas House. 60% of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is housed in my district. I'm pleased to announce that the Independent Petroleum Association of America endorses this legislation put forth by House Republicans aimed at reining in the administration's misuse of the SPRO, or SPR as we call it. SPR was not intended to be used as a political play tool to bring down gasoline prices in election year. Next thing you know, the president will be giving away free college tuition. Oh, he did that too. Listen, this is only a Band-Aid on the overarching situation. The long-term solution is to enhance rather than hinder America's leadership in natural gas and oil production. Our true domestic natural gas and oil reserves, from production to pipelines and through the supply chain, are ready to work, and Republicans' legislations put them and our American allies at the forefront. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield myself 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly no surprise that the oil industry would support this bill, because this bill does absolutely nothing to prevent them from selling to China, to Russia, and all our adversaries. Only 2% of the oil that's sold to China comes from the SPRO. So they'll be able to continue to sell to whoever they please. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and please yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Vandrew.
Gentleman
1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairwoman. We're very proud of you and look forward to working with you, and thank you for yielding. You guys got to be kidding me. Seriously. You were in control. You had the House. You had the Senate. You had the presidency. If you thought there were any good bills or good ideas to stop this, or bills that were better than anything we're putting forward, why didn't you do them? You had the control. You didn't need us for a whole lot of other things. You voted and rammed things through that we didn't want, rammed things through that were radical, and yet this common sense type of legislation, nothing happened. You can't be serious. That's a bad argument. Since there's been one-party rule in Washington, Democratic rule, Republicans were forced to watch President Biden drain more than 250 million barrels, nearly 40% of our petroleum reserve. This puts our national security at risk. It puts the American people at risk. For our military, what will they do if they need the petroleum reserve? For our Americans, what will they do when natural disasters strike and their town needs the petroleum reserve? For our rescue and emergency personnel, what will they do if they need the petroleum reserve? Why would anyone ever vote against this bill? Maybe if you want to lower gas prices temporarily for political gains, you would oppose this bill. But make a choice. Do what's right and vote for this bill.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington.
I reserve.
Reserves.
All right.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker, until we close.
Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to the lady from Texas. 1 minute, Monica De La Cruz.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of American energy independence and the oil and natural gas workers of South Texas. This act is a crucial step to holding China accountable and repositioning the United States as a global energy leader. It is essential that we recover our energy independence and stand up for Texas's workers who have unfairly suffered as a result of this administration's misguided policies that have emboldened regimes like China and Venezuela's narco dictatorship. The decision to prioritize foreign energy over our own puts American workers, our industries, and our country at a disadvantage. Protecting American energy will strengthen both our economic and national security. I fully stand committed to fighting for all the natural gas and oil workers in South Texas and across our nation. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Washington reserves.
Again, I'll reserve until we close.
Okay. Gentleman from New Jersey reserves. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 45 seconds. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mills.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had prepared a speech today to talk about the support that I come to rise for H.R. 22 and the protection of our strategic petroleum reserves. But after hearing my colleagues on the left, it's very simple. They don't care about unleashing American energy, us getting to energy dominance, to ensuring that we have the global currency. They care about defending the Chinese and the CCP. That's why they've continued to try and prevent us from being able to sell our strategic petroleum reserves from China. That's why they tried to stop us from putting together a subcommittee that would have been a select subcommittee to go after the CCP and their malign activities. Mr. Speaker, it is very clear. They do not want to go to an America First agenda. They do not want to protect America. They do not want to unleash American energy for the American people to get our costs under control. They want to continue to protect the Communist China Party and the Chinese themselves. I rise in protection not just in support of H.R. 22, but of the American people and the American workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the time remaining?
Gentlelady from Washington has 3 minutes.
Thank you. I reserve.
Gentleman from New Jersey has 4 minutes. Gentlelady reserve.
Is the gentlewoman prepared to close?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as a co-sponsor of Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act. China should not be the beneficiary of the Biden administration's foolhardy abuse of the SPR. It was at 695 million barrels, and it goes down to 371. That's halved, while the Chinese Communist Party has in reserve nearly 8 billion. This is foolhardy. This is an excellent piece of legislation, and I urge swift passage. Let's put America first. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlelady from Washington.
I reserve.
Recognized. She reserves. Gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I'll yield myself 30 seconds. The gentleman talks about how China has built up its reserve, its petroleum reserve, is because you, when you were in the majority, stopped the ban on export, and they used that opportunity to build up their reserves. This has nothing to do with the SPRO. 98% of the oil that's exported to China is not from the SPRO. So they used the opportunity since 2015 when you lifted the ban to build up their petroleum reserves on your watch. I reserve the balance of my.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. An order of the House. Okay. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bottom line is America needs to be energy independent. We should not be relying on foreign governments. We should not be relying on China, least of all. 60% of New Yorkers, for instance, rely on natural gas. We need to expand our energy portfolio. We need to increase domestic production of energy. We need to protect our reserves. We should not be engaging in the type of behavior that the administration has with respect to China, and we should continue to do everything we can to reduce the cost of energy here in America and increase our production. That has to be the goal at all times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Prepared to close.
Gentlelady reserves and prepared to close.
I'm prepared to close. And I'll yield myself such time as I may consume, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find myself compelled to point out that listening to Republican arguments today, you'd think that they have been sacred stewards of the SPRO, and that couldn't be further from the truth. In fact, when Republicans had the majority in both the House and the Senate from 2015 to 2019, they passed 6 bills, none of which had anything to do with energy, that raided the SPRO for a total of over 260 million barrels of crude. Now the Republicans stand here criticizing President Biden's usage of the SPRO, and it's laughable. President Biden's usage of the SPRO has helped lower gas prices by nearly $1.80 per gallon since their peak. And while the Republicans want to pretend they're tough on China, it's really the opposite that's true. Last year, the Biden administration was forced to sell 20 million barrels from the SPRO under one of those laws that I mentioned earlier that passed a Republican-controlled Congress. The Republicans did include any restrictions, no restrictions or stipulations on that sale, and as a result, the administration was forced to sell to the highest bidders, including a firm owned by the People's Republic of China. Now, again, I'm going to stress in closing, the Republicans caused China to have a huge petroleum reserve by lifting the ban on crude oil in 2015 when they were in the majority. We would not have this problem.
The House is not in order. Please take your conversations off the floor. Gentleman may resume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Prior to 2015, when the Republicans lifted the ban on exports of crude oil, we had that ban in place for 40 years. And then in 2015, they came in and they lifted the ban. So they caused this problem. And during the Trump administration, the amount of crude oil that was sold to China was unbelievable. As a result, the petroleum reserve, increased significantly in China. They took advantage of the situation. Now, if you really wanted to do something today, first of all, you'd say that the SPRO should not only be banned by selling oil from the SPRO to China, but you should say that you can't sell it to Russia, you can't sell it to Iran, you can't sell it to North Korea, you can't sell it to our adversaries, which is exactly what the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan's bill, does on a bipartisan basis. But even beyond that, you could simply say no crude oil should be sold at all, exported at all, or certainly not exported to our adversaries. And that's not what's happening here. So this is a problem that was created by the Republicans, and they pretend that they're doing something about it today, but in fact they are not. And the reason is because they're with the big oil, they're with the special interests that want to sell this crude oil, continue to sell it overseas, and they don't care that it goes to our adversaries. That's the bottom line. This bill is not going to accomplish anything. And so I would urge my colleagues to vote no on the legislation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentlelady from Washington is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Leadership matters. American leadership matters. You can't be a diplomatic power without being a military power. You can't be a military power without being an economic power. And you cannot be an economic power without energy. In order to reverse the damage to our energy security and our global leadership, we must flip the switch and unleash American energy production. We need to stop the Biden administration from wasting our strategic reserves. It's time to cut the red tape and expand energy production here at home, modernize our infrastructure, and create new opportunities for jobs and economic development. The Democrats suggested if the bills included Iran, Russia, North Korea, that they would support it. The fact of the matter is, those are the countries this administration has gone to. They've gone to OPEC. Iran, and Russia and actually ask them to produce more oil. Ladies and gentlemen, I look forward to the passage of this bill today, and I am eager to work with my colleagues on additional solutions to make energy more affordable, more reliable. It is America that is leading in clean, reliable, renewable, affordable energy, and it is so important to energy dominance. It's important to American leadership. It's important to our economy. It's important to every person in this country that has been living with record high energy prices. Every time they go to the gas station to fill up over the last couple of years, they have been experiencing record high energy prices. Ladies and gentlemen, we are prepared to lead. We want to unleash American energy, unleash clean American energy jobs. This is important to our national security. It's important to our economic security. I urge everyone to vote yes. Pass H.R. 22. It's just the beginning. There's more to come. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 5, the previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to prohibit the Secretary of Energy from sending petroleum products from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Gentleman from New Jersey.
On that, I would ask for
recognized.
the yeas and nays.
Gentleman has requested. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 331 and the nays are 97, with 0 answering present. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Order. If members can take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek?
Out of order.
Without objection, the House will be in order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
I promise y'all want to listen to this one. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With news that Damar Hamlin has finally been released from the hospital, I'm honored to join my fellow NFL alumni, Congressman Owens, and my colleagues here today to lead a moment in recognizing Damar Hamlin's inspiring story on the floor of the People's House. Football has some downsides, but it also has the power.
The House will be in order.
I promise y'all want to hear this one. Football does have.
Recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Football does have some downsides, but it also has the power to bring us together, to remind us of what really matters. And Damar's perseverance has inspired millions and once again highlighted the generosity, and fundamental goodness of the American people. Damar, congratulations on your recovery. We are all with you. And now I yield to Congressman Owens.
I want to thank my teammate, Colin. Thank you so much for pulling this together, buddy. Damar Hamlin's fighting spirit and his faith inspired all Americans. His miraculous recovery has reminded us of the power of prayer. He has been in the prayers of millions over the last 2 weeks, his teammates, his opponents, and Americans throughout our country, regardless of race, creed, or color. As we stand on the House floor today, we see the vision of our founders, a promise to become a more perfect union. It's a celebration of meritocracy, of a young man whose strength comes from God and his family. We've seen our nation's heart of empathy, one that blesses us with an opportunity to dream, to struggle, to overcome, and the ultimate prize to inspire and bless others. God bless Damar, the Hamlin family, his teammates, the entire football community. Thank you, and I yield back. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you putting it back. Thank you so much.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Today, I congratulate my alma mater, the University of Georgia, on their dominating victory over the TCU Horned Frogs in Monday's national championship. Last year, the Bulldogs ended a 4-decade-long national championship drought. This year, they became the first team in the playoff era to win back-to-back titles. Coach Kirby Smart has built an incredible program with incredible players, several of which are from Georgia's 14th district. Ladd McConkey, a graduate of North Murray High School in Murray County, Georgia, has started as wide receiver for 2 seasons at UGA. During his time as a Bulldog, he has amassed over 1,300 total yards and 15 total touchdowns, 2 of which came on Monday night. Ladd is not the only outstanding player from Georgia 14. Tate Ratledge of Rome, Smile Mondon Jr. of Dallas, Cole Spear of Calhoun, C.J. Washington of Cedartown, Jonathan Washburn of Ringgold, and Cade Brock from Darlington School have all made our district proud. Go Dogs!
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask for 1 minute to be recognized for 1 minute and to extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honor news anchor Sherry Jackson, who is celebrating her 25th anniversary today as a trusted voice of the CBS 42 family in Birmingham, Alabama. Sherry Jackson is an award-winning journalist who currently serves as a managing editor and a member of the CBS 42 investigative team. She hails from St. Louis, Missouri. Sherry made her home in Birmingham in 1998 and has blazed trails reporting on the critical issues affecting Birmingham and Central Alabama. Sherry's career has earned her praise and recognition, including Best News Anchor by the Alabama Broadcasters Association. I'm grateful to Sherry for traveling to Washington, D.C. in 2013 to cover one of my proudest moments in Congress, awarding the Congressional Gold Medal to the 4 little girls. I know that my constituents in Birmingham are eternally grateful for her consistent and trusted voice. I ask my colleagues to join me in recognizing Sherry Jackson for her extraordinary career and congratulating her on 25 years of exceptional work at CBS 42. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to this occasion to just appreciate my constituents, especially those who have immigrated from India. We have a very large portion of my community that's made up of almost 100,000 people who have immigrated directly from India. 1 out of every 5 doctors in my community is from India. They represent some of the best citizens we have in America, and we should make sure that we streamline the immigration process for those who have come here to obey the law, pay their taxes, and be the most creative and productive in society. Although they make up about 1% of American society, they pay about 6% of the taxes. They're amongst the top producers, and they do not cause problems. They follow laws. They don't have the problems that we see other people have when they come to the emergency room for overdoses and depression, anxiety, because they're the most productive, most family-oriented, and the best of what represents American citizens. God bless my Indian constituents, and I would look forward to meeting with the ambassador. And God bless Dr. Kulkarni as she finishes her appointment as Indian Consulate General to Atlanta. Thank you. I yield my...
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to praise President Biden for his work to restore our economy. The COVID-19 pandemic caused economic issues that few experts could have predicted. It needed strong leadership to help our nation recover. Thanks to President Biden's leadership, inflation has come down for 6 straight months. Gasoline prices are down almost $2 in a few months, and the cost of goods are falling nationwide. These actions are saving millions of dollars for hardworking American families across the country. In addition, President Biden's leadership has led to increased wages, 11 million new jobs, and the lowest unemployment in 50 years. Clearly, President Biden's economic policies are working, and we are lucky to have him in the White House. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor and celebrate the life of C. Lee Butler of Savannah, Georgia. Lee was born in Chicago in 1926 and graduated from New Trier High School in Winnetka, Illinois in 1944. 5 days after his 18th birthday, he enlisted in the U.S. Army and served on the Italian front in World War II. While in law school at Northwestern University, Lee met and married Betty Stanley. Lee and Betty have 3 children, Darcy, Malcolm, and Margaret. In 1970, Lee founded his own business, the Fiduciary Services Corporation, now the Fiduciary Group, a successful investment management firm. Lee served at Memorial Medical Center and on the board of St. Joseph's Hospital of Savannah. He was a member of Wesley Monumental United Methodist Church since first coming to Savannah in 1957. On behalf of myself and the entire 1st District of Georgia, we are sorry for the loss of this great American. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, Buffalo and Western New York has had our fair share of challenges over the last year. A racist mass shooter murdered innocent people at a local grocery store. A blinding blizzard took the lives of dozens of our neighbors 2 weeks ago. And what should have been an exciting Monday night football game turned into a nightmare for Buffalo Bills player Damar Hamlin and his family. Our community is grateful. Damar is recovering at home with his family now. Today I rise to celebrate the people in the spirit of Buffalo. We are more than neighbors, we are family. A family that sticks together, works together, and rallies around our teams and one another in good times and in bad. I'm proud of the way Buffalo works through our struggles. I'm prouder still to call this place with a big heart home. Our best days are immediately in front of us. Go Bills. I yield back.
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Earlier this week, the Biden administration announced plans to ban gas stoves. The governor of New York embraced the same plan. The problem is that 60% of New Yorkers rely on natural gas. 70% of our electricity is generated by natural gas. While we absolutely embrace the move to reduce carbon emissions, the reality is natural gas has reduced carbon emissions far greater than renewables over the last 2 decades. We need a comprehensive energy plan and portfolio that is an all-of-the-above approach. We need clean, cheap, reliable energy. Natural gas plays a critical role in doing that. And to try and ban natural gas and force homeowners to convert their home from gas to electric, the average homeowner will pay $35,000 to do that. The question for the President and the Governor of New York is, who will pay for that?
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, it is the honor of a lifetime to represent the people of North Carolina's 13th District. While we've seen chaos and confusion play out in this very chamber over the past week, I want to make it clear that I'm here to solve problems and not get caught up in politics as usual. It's important for the American people to know that there are adults in the room and reasonable minds will prevail. And I'm committed to working across the aisle to do what's right for North Carolina. North Carolina's 13th district is one of the fastest growing districts in the country, and Congress needs to address the challenges that come with that growth. My constituents need their tax dollars to be used responsibly to improve roads and bridges. They need solutions that bring down the cost of housing and child care. And we need immigration reform that allows our economy to prosper. Madam Speaker, I support immigration reform that includes a pathway to citizenship for the undocumented immigrants known as the Dreamers, along with robust border security. From Apex to Goldsboro, my district has a diverse set of needs and priority, and the time for action is now.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On Monday, classified documents were discovered at President Biden's think tank in Washington, D.C. These documents were at least 6 years old, meaning that the President took them while he was Vice President and lacked the authority at the time to declassify them. Now, yesterday, a second batch of documents has been found. The timing of these discoveries were right after the November midterm elections, which is, I'm sure, coincidental. Knowing the history of the Biden family's shady dealing with China and others, this raises serious national security concerns. Mishandling classified information is a serious offense, yet the Democrats from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden seem to get a pass. When Republicans are accused of doing far lesser issues, we get special prosecutions and political witch hunts for a long time. This breach of national security should be immediately investigated by Congress and the DOJ to determine the magnitude of this offense. If the DOJ wants to claim to be nonpartisan, it must start enforcing with equity across party lines. Who has seen these documents? Who has had access to them with the sloppy storage we saw at Pennsylvania or wherever else they are? This is a very dangerous precedent that's going on, and they need to be held accountable on that, the Vice President or the President. I yield back.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
It adjourned to meet at 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection, so ordered. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and rise and present my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the rent is too damn high. The rent is too damn high. We have people across the country struggling to keep a roof over their heads. We are the wealthiest nation in the history of the world outside of ancient African civilizations. Yet we cannot provide housing for every single person in our country. We have CEOs making record profits. We have corporations making record profits. We have corporate landlords suppressing and oppressing and evicting tenants without just cause while continuing to raise the rent. We call on President Biden to take executive action on this issue. We do not have a healthy democracy or a healthy society unless we take care of our tenants and our working class people who are working 40, 50, 60, 70 hours a week just to survive.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent for 1 minute to speak on bipartisanship.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to be serving with you all from Illinois' 17th Congressional District as a trusted neighbor in Congress. I spent more than 20 years of my life as a broadcast meteorologist, making sure that people had the right information to make good decisions in times of dangerous weather. Now I'm here in Congress to serve my constituents as their trusted voice in government. I'm focused on delivering results for my constituents, whether it's lowering food, energy, or prescription drug costs, increasing good-paying jobs in our communities, or protecting access to reproductive health care. And I promise to work with anyone on either side of the aisle, Democrat or Republican, on common sense solutions that solve the problems Central and Northwestern Illinoisans face every day. I'm ready to put partisan politics aside and get to work in the 118th Congress. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, America's economic independence is based in energy independence. And today I voted for H.R. 22, a bill that prohibits selling oil from our Strategic Petroleum Reserve to China. However, this bill does not go far enough. I was one of the members that saved the Strategic Petroleum Reserve with my vote several years ago. We have to do more to prohibit the sale of oil to other tyrants who wage war on peaceful people and nations. In 2015, it was the Republican-controlled Congress that voted to begin exporting oil to all our biggest adversaries, Iran, North Korea, Russia, and China included. Well, how about that? Americans cannot be dependent on any foreign adversaries for our way of life. Now more than ever, it's time to ensure American energy independence in perpetuity. We protect our workers and our companies when we stand up to predatory adversaries. And then we must continue to keep advancing new energy technologies here at home, and I look forward to Republican support in doing so. So that's the recipe for American strength and liberty. Thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Let me first of all acknowledge Damar Hamlin for his courage and his fight to survive. Welcome home as he is discharged from a Buffalo hospital so that he can recover. That is the kind of strength that represents America. And though I'm not from Buffalo, let me salute the Buffalo Bills. But I rise today to speak about the child and to ask America, how does a 6-year-old shoot a teacher? And the answer is, with research from the University of Pennsylvania, that children become shooters because they have access to guns. And so in my congressional year, 2023, I'm going to demand that this Congress claims this as a year of the child. As a founder of the Congressional Children's Caucus, I'm going to call upon my colleagues, Democrats and Republicans, to join this caucus to be able to establish the premise that no child should go to bed hungry, no child should be without housing or good education, and no child should get off a school bus and be shot, as 2 children were in Washington, D.C. Stop the gun violence. Let this be the year of the child. Let us lift up our children for them to be healthy adults. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise to discuss the Protecting America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve from China Act, which the Republicans brought to the floor today to fix a mistake that their leadership in the 114th Congress made. You wouldn't know that to hear them talking today of blaming other people, not themselves. Back then, 235 Republicans voted to end our country's 40-year-long crude oil export ban. Well, when they did that, Trump took full advantage of it, and under his administration, over 391 million barrels went to China. Now they want to rewrite history. Well, you can't rewrite history. The evidence is there. This bill was a step in the right direction, but like my colleague from Ohio said earlier, it doesn't go far enough. Why don't we extend this ban to North Korea, Iran, and Russia? That way we can prevent all our adversaries, not just China, from using our oil to our disadvantage. Excuse me.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize 2 of my most important constituents in the milestones in the week to come. This Sunday, January 15th, marks the 12th anniversary with my husband, Ian Silveri. 12 years ago, I said yes to our first date, and it was the best decision I have made. I'm so grateful for your love and support all along the way. No matter how difficult our path, you have always been my rock and biggest cheerleader. I am thankful every day for the life that we have built together. Happy anniversary to my partner, best friend, and the dad to my most important constituent, my son Davis. January 19th is my son's 3rd birthday. Davis, you have been the greatest gift to both of our lives. It has been amazing to watch you grow and see you become the loving and empathetic little guy that you are. Nothing makes me happier and prouder than being your mom. Your dad and I love you so much, and I can't wait to celebrate you and all that you bring to our lives and the people around you. Happy birthday, my sweet boy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise on behalf of Eastern North Carolina. Nearly 100,000 Eastern North Carolinians do not have access to affordable health care, placing them in a Medicaid coverage gap. Madam Speaker, more than a decade after the passage of the Affordable Care Act, 12 states have declined to expand coverage. This is simply unacceptable. That is why one of my first acts as a member of Congress includes co-sponsoring H.R. 31, the Cover Now Act. This bill, introduced by my good friend, Lord Doggett of Texas, is a critical piece of legislation that would allow local authorities to provide health benefits to residents of states that have not expanded Medicaid. Madam Speaker, the hardworking people of Eastern North Carolina make up more than 20% of our state, and we must do all that we can to keep them safe and healthy.
Expired.
I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
When the Supreme Court overturned Roe last summer, they took away hard-fought rights from millions of women across our country. And now, women in Kentucky no longer have access to safe and legal abortions, even in cases of rape and incest. The country responded at the ballot box, and my district overwhelmingly rejected a constitutional amendment to further restrict reproductive rights in Kentucky. So how do we respond here? Last night, the House Republicans' first order of business was to make it even harder for women to receive abortions and for healthcare professionals to provide them. These decisions are best left between a woman and her doctor. But House Republicans have sent a clear message that more legislative attacks against women's rights are on the horizon. I proudly voted against yesterday's attack on women and their doctors, and I will continue fighting for reproductive rights. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today for the first time as a member of Congress to thank the folks back home in Cincinnati and throughout the 1st Congressional District. I couldn't be more energized to be serving all of you in the country we love. My commitment to you and my new colleagues is to be here as a new, transparent, bipartisan, and highly reliable leader. We are already working with Republicans on legislative priorities that will help our children and families back home, capping the cost of insulin for children, helping folks pay their bills with an expanded earned income tax credit and the child tax credit, and providing additional grants to communities to recruit more police officers and firefighters. There will always be more that unite us than divide us, and my work will continue to be finding common ground, working across the aisle to get things done on the issues that matter most to you. Thank you so much, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, last November, the American people delivered a clear message. Women want the right to make their own reproductive decisions. My Republican colleagues must have missed that message because they just passed a bill that inserts politics into private family decisions. That bill is an attempt to create a false and gruesome narrative, to interfere with a doctor's care for her patients, and to falsely suggest that doctors don't already have a legal obligation to provide the best possible care for their patients. This fear-mongering is dangerous. It could leave doctors fearful of providing the best care for patients who are facing devastating circumstances, and it could cause further pain to families facing the heartbreak of a fetus with a fatal abnormality. The real aim of this bill is to vilify and punish women and their doctors. I voted no on H.R. 26. I will continue to stand up for women's reproductive rights. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I wish to congratulate the nurses of Mount Sinai and Montefiore Medical Center who, after 3 days on strike, reached a tentative agreement for safe staffing ratios this morning. Our hospitals are facing extreme nursing shortages, and it is affecting patient care. Montefiore alone in my district has had 760 vacancies. But thanks to the tentative agreement and the courage and effort of our nurses on the picket line, hospital management is now committing to an aggressive hiring plan and to immediately implement safe staffing ratios, including an increase of over 170 nursing positions and a 19.1% wage increase and additional benefits to help with retention. Thank you so much to the New York State Nurses Association, NYSNA, for their work. It is our privilege to stand in solidarity with you. Mr. Speaker, I would like permission to submit an extension of my remarks. Without objection.
Without objection. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 12, 2023. I hereby designate the period from January 13, 2023 through Monday, January 23, 2023 as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 6913 and the order of the House of January 9, 2023, of the following members on the part of the House to the Congressional Executive Commission on the People's Republic of China.
Mr. Smith of New Jersey, Chair. Mr. McGovern of Massachusetts.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Well, I thank Madam Speaker for the time to address the House, and isn't it outstanding, Madam Speaker, to see the People's House open once again to the public and have the public in our galleries and see the Capitol open to our families once again. That's a big change after the years of the pandemic and our chamber being closed from the citizens and families that send us here to Washington. So that is a great way to have seen this House under Republican majority leadership open the week. As we close this first week under Republican leadership back in the majority on this House floor, it's also good to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle put a premium on talking about bipartisanship. I particularly like my friend from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, and Mr. Sorensen of Illinois, two new freshman members on the House floor for the first time this week as fully sworn members of Congress, talking about their priorities as newly elected Democrats and seeking bipartisanship on this side of the aisle. This week, the House has taken two important steps regarding our strategic competition with the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP. And Madam Speaker, those steps on this House floor were overwhelmingly bipartisan. First, we created a select committee on the strategic competition between the United States and the CCP. Our vision of an integrated, open, free world where people can celebrate their religion, people can travel, people can trade, and that strategic competition presses the Western values of Europe and the United States with the more narrow authoritarian view of the Chinese Communist Party. Secondly, we prevented oil being released from our strategic petroleum reserve and that being sold to Communist China. And today, over 320 members of this body agreed with that by voting yes on H.R. 22. Now, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve has played an important role in U.S. energy and national security policy for 4 decades. It was created in response to the Arab oil embargo in the early 1970s, which resulted in the tripling of oil prices at the time. Since that time, the SPR has remained a backstop for the United States in case of oil supply disruption. And Madam Speaker, those on the other side of the aisle talked about America becoming the largest exporting nation in the world, and somehow that's a bad thing, and that we freed our ability to export oil and gas outside the U.S. as if that were a bad thing. It's not. But they're two completely different issues. The Strategic Petroleum Reserve is there for an emergency affecting the United States, our citizens, our households, our industry, principally in case of a Gulf hurricane or a disruption in a pipeline or in some other aspect of oil and gas disruption from war or an accident somewhere in the world. It's not meant to be supplying oil per se to everybody besides the United States. And just over the last year, President Biden has released 180 million barrels of our strategic petroleum reserve, bringing it down to a 1985 level, a 4-decade low. This is not smart economic policy or energy policy in this country. And in fact, Madam Speaker, over 1 million barrels went to a Chinese-affiliated company. At the same time, China is reportedly holding its own crude oil reserves of 900 million barrels. So look, anyone with realistic knowledge and expectations in and around the debate about climate change or energy policy knows that this administration's energy policies have hurt American families, put our economy at risk, while at the same time weakening the globe's interest in fighting climate change. President Biden's failed policies to shut down the Keystone XL pipeline, deny permits, discourage new drilling, discourage new pipeline construction, and through his bank and securities environmental, social, governance policies, so-called ESG policies, that too has discouraged badly needed capital investment to go to our energy industry and have weakened American global leadership and our strategic benefit, as referenced by my friends on the other side of the aisle, of energy independence. President Biden has weakened our energy independence. Instead, the Biden administration have doubled down, even tripled down, on these bad policies that have not only raised costs on every American, but do nothing in the long run to impact climate. While President Biden's nanny state regulators this week considered outlawing your gas stove in your home or in your kitchen or your restaurant, Republicans on this House floor began their first step at unleashing an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And we have to let that sink in, that a federal regulator actually considered a serious policy proposal of banning you from having a gas stove in your home or in your restaurant. I mean, everyone in America was shaking their heads this week with the preposterous nature of that new idea from the Biden administration. Republicans believe in an all-of-the-above strategy, which benefits America and benefits the globe, and we must continue to invest in energy development in order to make it through a full global transition. First, we have to keep investing in natural gas. We have natural gas fields across our nation, from the West Coast to the East Coast, in the heart of Pennsylvania, and of course, in the heart of New York State, where New York State's Democratic leadership refuses to let that be brought online, let that be developed, benefiting New York tax base, New York workers, New York consumers. And that gas field, just in Pennsylvania and New York alone, Madam Speaker, some believe is larger and more lucrative than the largest gas field that we know of in Qatar in the Persian Gulf. Yet we will never see a pipeline from Pennsylvania to East Coast ports under this administration and possibly under any other future Democratic leadership. If the war in Ukraine showed Europe and the world anything, it's that Russia cannot be trusted any longer, if they were ever, to be a reliable source to Europe for their energy consumption needs. The United States stands ready to export more liquefied natural gas to Europe, but the pipelines and other infrastructure don't fully exist in this country in order to have that impact to help our allies and partners in Europe and in Asia in the short run. We need to make that investment. Second, I have a solution that Democrats should meet all of their objectives for world energy reliance and consistent with their climate objectives. It's clean, it's renewable, and we can export it to developing nations. Nuclear energy. Yet international financial institutions like the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development will not, or are very, very reluctant to finance any nuclear power expansion in Europe. And yet the countries of Central Europe are demanding it. They want that energy diversity. They want an all-of-the-above energy strategy. And yet the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, which the United States is a shareholder, turns a blind eye to clean, renewable, dependable nuclear energy. The EBRD insists on financing green energy projects to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars, and yet ignores this common sense, all of the above strategy. Today's reactor designs are not the plants of yesteryear. They're not the plants of Lohr at 3 Mile Island, Pennsylvania, or Chernobyl. They're safe, reliable, and for many, the top concern has been, what do we do with nuclear waste? Research in recent years has significantly advanced, and today we have the ability to recycle nuclear waste components to produce even more abundant energy. Nuclear power plants in France have the ability to do this, but we don't currently do it here in the U.S. Recently, I visited Entergy's Nuclear One facility in Russellville, Arkansas, and saw the nuclear waste byproducts that could be repurposed for future energy needs. Further, I learned that the process to lengthen the life of an existing nuclear plant here in the United States, or much less build a new one, is an immense tangle of regulatory red tape that takes years to navigate and millions of dollars of out-of-pocket fees. We in Congress can do a better job streamlining that kind of review. When America leads in research and development, that knowledge and the resulting benefits are exported around the world. We can only export that success if we have the successful policies in place to spur that development. We cannot expect the developing nations in Africa, Southeast Asia, or here in the Western Hemisphere to power their growing cities and their growing in wealth populations by wind and solar alone. Principally because of the issues with storage, deficiencies, and production of energy from renewables, efficiencies, that remains, while improving, years in advance. Solely depending on that is unrealistic. So when America does not have the will to export this kind of R&D, those countries will turn to bad economic actors like China and Russia. Energy policy is a long-term investment in the needs of not only our future, but around the globe. Our globe needs 100 million barrels equivalent per day to power our homes, our economies. And as more and more countries develop and their people grow in wealth and prosperity, their energy needs rise, Madam Speaker, not shrink. We cannot wait and have nothing to offer, and we certainly don't want to impose California's energy policies on the world and expect a good outcome. We should be investing in all of our energy options, and that's why House Republicans in the weeks ahead, just as we started out here in our first week, we will be bringing policies to this House floor to unleash all of an above energy strategy: oil, natural gas, nuclear, and of course, renewables like wind and solar. They all play a part. But the mistakes of our policies today under this president means we don't have the energy capacity and dependability that we need not only today, but tomorrow. And this unleashing policy by House Republicans not only puts America first, but it puts families across the globe first. First in opportunity, first in food and fuel security, and in prosperity. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Aneshri Jumdi, a cherished member of my district staff. Recently, Aneshri joined Attorney General Tim Griffin's team as the Director of Office of Community Relations. Aneshri, who is lovingly known around our district as AJ, came to Arkansas from India at age 11. She's a proud alum of the University of Central Arkansas, where she graduated in 2011, and she earned her graduate degree at the Bush School at Texas A&M. AJ's public service began shortly thereafter when she joined my predecessor, then Representative Tim Griffin, in the office representing the 2nd Congressional District. She served as an intern and later as his district representative while working for Tim. When I was elected to Congress in 2014 and took the oath in 2015, AJ joined my team as a district representative and later became my trusted district director. Aneshri deeply cares for all the constituents in my district. And now, in her role for the Attorney General, she deeply cares for all the citizens of Arkansas. If someone needed a passport with 5 hours' notice or help with a visa, she worked tirelessly to make that happen for Central Arkansans. Throughout my time in Congress, Aneshri has continuously been dedicated to serving the people of Central Arkansas. I thank her for her decade of service, and I look forward to the work that she will continue to do for our great state. Madam Speaker, I rise today to highlight the mission of the Arkansas Martin Luther King Jr. Commission. For 30 years, the commission has led in community outreach and education. The commission is ably led by its executive director, Deshaun Scarborough. A division of the Arkansas Department of Education, the MLK Jr. Commission seeks to promote and preserve the life and legacy of Dr. King throughout the natural state. The Commission's outreach projects of promoting education and appreciation for history and encouragement of our youth to engage in positive leadership development and roles within their communities has been outstanding. I'm proud to have been involved with the Commission over the years and watch it evolve into one of the most active in our entire country. The work of our Commission has been praised by Dr. King's daughter, Dr. Bernice King. On this Martin Luther King Day, I'm honored to celebrate the milestone of the Commission's 30th anniversary and look forward to continuing to watch its impact on our youth and our communities for years to come. Madam Speaker, I come to the House floor today to commemorate the life of a good friend and great leader in our state, Hank Brown, who passed away last month at the age of 82. Mr. Brown was born in Oklahoma before moving to Arkansas in his youth, where he graduated from high school in Perryville in 1956. After 4 years of service in the Navy, he received a management degree from Little Rock University, now the UA Little Rock. In 1995, Hank Brown founded Freight Sales Furniture in North Little Rock, which is now known around the region, Arkansas and beyond, as Hank's Fine Furniture. In addition to leading and expanding Hank's for over 2 decades, Mr. Brown was an active member of our community. A passionate outdoorsman and conservationist, Hank was a valued and dedicated member of the Board of Directors at the Nature Conservancy in Arkansas. The impact of Hank Brown on our community will not be forgotten, and I thank him for his years of philanthropy in our state and business leadership. My prayers are with his wife, Kathy, and his children. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize 3 welding students from St. Joseph's High School in Conway, Arkansas. Last month, Nicholas Covington, Logan Simon, and Wade Simon were selected out of 150 welding students to represent the Conway Area Career Center in Skills USA, a state competition held in Hot Springs. Skills USA is a partnership of students, teachers, and industry leaders working together across the country to make sure that we have a fully skilled workforce. The winning team at the statewide competition will receive full scholarships to the welding program at the University of Arkansas Community College at Morrilton and could have the opportunity to participate in both national and world welding competitions. I congratulate these students for their accomplishment, and I look forward to seeing the results from Skills USA competitions. Madam Speaker, I want to rise today and congratulate Mary Smith for her 2 decades of service to the people of Conway. Last month, Mayor Bart Castleberry of Conway and Conway City Council recognized Ms. Smith's 19 years as an alderman. Ms. Smith's compassion, insight, wisdom were greatly appreciated by those around her. She's a beloved member of the Conway community. I wish her all the best in her next endeavors, and I thank Mary for her years of service to the city of Conway. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Museum of Discovery for winning the 2022 Roy L. Schaefer Leading Edge Award for Resilience. This award, presented by the Association of Science and Technology Centers, recognizes organizations that have overcome significant and specific adversarial impacts on their museums, and yet were able to use that hardship and promote their mission and actually grow their potential. This award is touted as the Science Museum equivalent of an Oscar. The Little Rock-based Museum of Discovery and their exceptional staff received this award for how they rebounded from a 6-month facility closure due to flooding caused from a pipe burst in the terrible winter storm in February 2021. The museum used this time to repair and extend their virtual operating capabilities, build on what they had started during the COVID-19 pandemic, and through this tactical shift, they were able to deliver an immersive, deeply educational virtual experience to thousands during this period of repair. I'm proud to honor the Museum of Discovery for their dedication and hard work after a disaster that made them stronger and better for all that they educate in science and technology. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Paul Browning, the Assistant Fire Chief of the city of Morrilton, Arkansas. Paul recently announced his retirement after 3 decades of service with the Morrilton Department. Just before his departure, Paul was given the opportunity to present the department's newest captain with his captain's badge. The recipient, his son, Joseph Browning, who'd been with the department 15 years. Paul presented Joseph with his original captain's badge as a token of his promotion. Congratulations, Joseph, on your promotion, and congratulations to Paul on your retirement. Thank you both for your dedication and service to the community of Morrilton. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, and still I rise. To quote Maya Angelou, and still I rise, bringing the gifts my ancestors gave. I am the dream and hope of the slave. I am rising today as a proud descendant of enslaved people, a proud descendant of the foundational mothers and fathers of this country, foundational because they helped to build the infrastructure that allowed this great country to become the great nation that it is. There were many others who contributed to this country, but they by the millions contributed, and their lives were sacrificed such that we might have the great nation that we have today. So I rise today to talk specifically about a conscious agenda. A conscious agenda. A conscious agenda is one that I believe can be embraced by all people of goodwill. A conscious agenda. I have before you and me some of what would be included in a conscious agenda. And I'd like to give a brief explanation about each. I'd like to set the stage by explaining some of what Dr. King called to our attention with reference to this question of the conscious. In speaking to a group of clergy and laypersons concerned about the Vietnam War in 1968 on February 6 in Washington, D.C., Dr. King concluded his speech with some very powerful language that addresses the role that conscience plays in doing some things, in taking certain positions. Dr. King's final words were, on some positions, cowardice will ask the question, is it safe? I will add parenthetically here, is it okay for me to do this or will I be harmed in some way physically? Cowardice will ask you, is it safe to do this? He goes on to say, expediency will ask the question, is it politic? Does it make good political sense to do what I'm about to do? He further indicates that vanity asks the question, is it popular? If I do this, will I have a parade in my honor? Will there be people who will celebrate what I'm about to do or what I'm doing? But Dr. King concludes with this. He says, but conscience asks the question, is it right? And he goes on to say, there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe nor politic nor popular, but he must take it because conscience tells him it is right. I'm not sure that it is safe, politic, or popular to take a position on all of these issues, and I'm not sure that it's not safe, nor politic, nor popular. But I do say this, conscience tells me that I should do this. There's a moral imperative to bring these issues before the Congress of the United States of America. And I do so because conscience tells me it's the right thing to do. I believe that as a matter of conscience, we should have a Slavery Remembrance Day. And I understand that this day is one that ought to be commemorated. Unlike many other days that we celebrate, we commemorate this day. There can be some celebration of the lives of those who were lost to slavery, but this is a day for commemoration principally. And as a day of commemoration, I believe that we ought to let the world know how much we appreciate those millions of people who were enslaved, many of whom were born into slavery, lived as slaves and died as slaves. It's time for this country to show some appreciation for them. For too long, we have revered the enslavers and reviled the enslaved. So this conscious agenda would have us recognize Slavery Remembrance Day, and August the 20th of 1619 is the date that the first enslaved people were brought to this country. It was on that day, and Point Comfort, that a slave ship, the White Lion, landed. And it brought with it some 20-odd, as it is said, enslaved persons. They were introduced to the English-speaking colonies in this country. 20 human beings stolen, kidnapped, and brought to our country. Brought to our country and traded, just as you would trade a horse, or you would trade some piece of machinery. Traded human beings, 1619, August 20th. Traded into slavery into this country. This is the day that we have set aside to recognize as Slavery Remembrance Day, because that day set into motion events that haunt us to this day. And we ought not forget that date, August 20th, 1619. I am so proud to tell you that this House has already passed a resolution honoring the persons who were enslaved. This House passed a resolution. Some 218 members of this House voted in support of Slavery Remembrance Day. This was already a part of the annals and the history of the House. It is there for those who look through the vista of time this time to understand what happened. I can't explain it all today because I have much to say, but I will tell you that I'm proud to tell you, in fact, that the President of the United States of America, the Honorable Joe Biden, a man that I have great respect for, I support him. I have supported him. I support him today. I will support him tomorrow because of what he has done. This president recognized Slavery Remembrance Day with a statement that he issued on August the 20th of 2022. And on the many things that he has indicated in this statement, I will just focus on a very few words, some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words that are contained within this statement. He indicated that great nations don't hide from their history. He said much more, but it's important for us to accentuate this statement. Great nations don't hide from their history because there are too many people in this country to this day who would have us hide from our history, have our history be proclaimed involuntary relocation. That's what's happening in the state of Texas currently. We have a group of folk who want to proclaim slavery, the enslavement of human beings, as involuntary relocation. We cannot hide from our history. There are people who don't want it taught in schools. They want us to somehow give a rendition of history that reveres those who were the enslavers and revile those who were the enslaved. For too long, this has been the case in this country. It is my desire and my belief that people of conscience, that the conscience dictates that there is a moral imperative for us to change this misunderstanding of history. And to do this, we obviously need a Slavery Remembrance Day. In Houston, Texas, on August 20th of 2022, we had an event, a Slavery Remembrance Day event. 1,000 people showed up for Slavery Remembrance Day, including our Mayor, Sylvester Turner. Many of our notable members of the clergy were in attendance. Our city council people were in attendance. State Representative Ron Reynolds was there. We had Commissioner Rodney Ellis in attendance. Many people of note were there, but there were also people who were not among the elected officials, people who simply wanted to let the world know that they understand the necessity to commemorate Slavery Remembrance Day. And by the way, it is not unusual for us to have these Remembrance Days. We have a day to remember the day the Pearl of the Pacific, Pearl Harbor, was bombed. That is a day we set aside annually, December 7th. We have a day to remember the day that the Twin Towers in New York were attacked, when our nation was attacked, and the Twin Towers came tumbling down. We have a day set aside to remember the Holocaust, the horrors of the Holocaust, so that we will never allow it to be repeated any place on the planet Earth. There is no event comparable to the Holocaust, just as there is no event comparable to slavery, the enslavement of the people that took place in this country. So what we want to do now is expand Slavery Remembrance Day. We want to make sure that in every church, in every house of worship, there's an opportunity on the 20th of August of this year to have a Slavery Remembrance Day ceremony wherein we will explain what happened and proclaim that we must always remember these events that took place. Slavery Remembrance Day is important, and the conscience dictates that we would do such a thing as commemorate the lives that were lost to slavery. I'll say more about those lives as I move forward with our next conscious agenda item, which is awarding a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. A Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved. I am now using what is called a mnemonic device. It's said that if you repeat things multiple times, people are more likely to remember than not. So in the utilization of this mnemonic device, I repeat, we want to award a Congressional Gold Medal to the American enslaved. Now, there are many people who don't understand, and because they don't understand, their visceral reaction is, why would you award a Congressional Gold Medal to the enslaved? Well, I have a dear colleague that my dear colleagues will be receiving. I'm going to read it, perhaps not in its entirety, but I will cover some of the important excerpts. This dear colleague reads, and this is a part of the style of it, a Congressional Gold Medal, obviously, and it reads, Confederate soldiers silence is a way of accentuating. Silence. Confederate soldiers. Confederate soldiers were awarded a Congressional Gold Medal in 1956. The Congress of the United States of America awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers in 1956. I think it can be fairly said that Confederate soldiers were persons who fought on the side of many who were fighting to maintain the institution of slavery. We have revered the Confederate soldiers. We have reviled those who were enslaved. Silence accentuates. I go on to indicate, I use the personal pronoun I because this is my work, but I really am a we person. I prefer saying we because nothing is done alone. But it goes on to read, what Congress did for Confederate soldiers, it, as a matter of conscience, should do for the enslaved. What we did for Confederate soldiers, as a matter of conscience, there is a moral imperative to do for the enslaved. So I'm asking members to support the historic Congressional Gold Medal for America's economic foundational fathers, mothers, and children, the enslaved. Note that I said children. I'm not proud that this happened. I love my country, but I speak truth to power, truth about power. I'm a liberated Democrat, unbought, unbossed, unafraid, and willing to stand here and say, I love my country, salute the flag, say the Pledge of Allegiance, sing the national anthem, but I'm going to tell the truth about our history, and I want history to also reflect properly that we honored the persons who helped build this country, that we would not honor those who sought to enslave them and dishonor those who were enslaved. So I'm asking my colleagues to support the historic Congressional Gold Medal for America's economic foundational fathers, mothers, and children, the enslaved. There are already persons who have acknowledged that they will be original co-sponsors. I call them persons of conscience, persons of goodwill, persons who understand the zeitgeist of the time. I'm going to call their names. There are 19 such persons. By the way, If a name is not called, it doesn't mean that the name won't be an original co-sponsor. It just means that these are persons that I have talked to in passing, and they've said they would like to be original co-sponsors. Again, I consider them the persons of conscience who have decided to sponsor, as original co-sponsors, this Congressional Gold Medal to the American enslaved. Their names are the Honorable Maxine Waters, the Honorable Benny Thompson, the Honorable Danny K. Davis, the Honorable Jim McGovern, the Honorable Brad Sherman, the Honorable Barbara Lee, the Honorable Yvette Clark, the Honorable Hank Johnson, the Honorable Jerry Connolly, the Honorable Kwesi Mfume, the Honorable David Cicilline, the Honorable Pete Aguilar, the Honorable Ted Lieu, the Honorable Adriano Espaillat, the Honorable Sylvia Garcia, the Honorable Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Honorable Ilhan Omar, the Honorable Ayanna Pressley, and the Honorable Troy Carter. Only the persons that I have talked to, and I might add, I've not talked to a single person who has said, no, we should not honor the enslaved. No, it's okay to honor the Confederate soldiers, but not the enslaved. I've not talked to a single person with that mindset. Every person, without question, reservation, hesitation, or equivocation, immediately said, yes, yes, sign me up. The deadline for original co-sponsors for this historic legislation will be February 28th of 2023. This is the last day of Black History Month. Now, a little bit more about why this is so important. On July 18th, 1956, the Congress, that would be the House and the Senate, awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to Confederate soldiers. However, to this day, Congress has never awarded a Congressional Gold Medal to the over 10 million enslaved men, women, and children who toiled for over 240 years. Silence accentuates. Toiled for over 240 years to build the economic and infrastructural foundation of the wealthiest nation to ever exist on the planet Earth. These foundational mothers and fathers of our country labored arduously constructing our cities, roads, bridges, and wells. They laboriously planted as well as harvested the food that fed our nation. They were the de facto producers of the cash crops that fueled our nation's foundational wealth. These enslaved human beings of African ancestors, of African ancestry, toiled as slaves without remuneration or recompense. Their humble hands were relied upon for the construction of some of our nation's most renowned edifices and monuments, including the White House, the Capitol Building, and the Washington Monument. In truth, their sacrificed lives provided the genesis for our nation's economic preeminence. These sacrificed human beings, men, women, and children, were the greatest contributors to the American foundational economy, yet their contributions are almost universally forgotten, under-recognized, ignored, overlooked, and or undervalued. For these and countless other justifications, I am beseeching Congress as a matter of conscience. Silence accentuates. I'm beseeching Congress as a matter of conscience, to award a Congressional Gold Medal collectively to the human beings who are the foundational fathers, mothers, and children that toiled as slaves without recompense or recognition for their unparalleled contributions to the infrastructural and economic development of the nation that we enjoy today. We are all the beneficiaries of their sacrifice. Awarding a Congressional Gold Medal to groups of individuals, for those who may not know, is not unprecedented, as the Congressional Gold Medal was awarded to the Confederate soldiers that I mentioned earlier, but also to the Tuskegee Airmen, both ante-mortem and post-mortem, I might add, to the Navajo Code Talkers, and post-mortem to the service members who perished in Afghanistan on August 26 of 2021. It is my belief that the men, women, and children who suffered a great crime against humanity, silence accentuates, who suffered a great crime against humanity, toiling unremunerated as slaves, many for their entire work lives, are deserving of a Congressional Gold Medal, and they are deserving to the same extent as those who soldiered to preserve slavery. The zeitgeist of our time impels the introduction of this historic legislation, and I want members to know that if they wish to be recognized as a courageous person of conscience who is an original co-sponsor, that they would please contact my office. In the words of Maya Angelou, bringing the gifts my ancestors gave, I'm the dream and the hope of the slave. I would hope that others would join me in bringing forth this historic legislation. Now, dear friends, I would call to your attention another piece of legislation. It is a resolution that would remove the name of Richard Russell from the Russell Senate Office building. Richard Russell was a self-proclaimed white supremacist. Self-proclaimed white supremacist. He helped to author the Southern Manifesto. He fought against legislation that would accord punishment for those who were lynched. He was a self-proclaimed white supremacist. His name ought not be on a building that is paid for with tax dollars. I am as adamant about this as I would be about a building having the name of someone associated with the Third Reich. I would never tolerate that. I would take the stand I'm taking here and now to get that person's name off of that building. No person associated with the Third Reich should have his or her name on a building paid for with taxpayer dollars in a country that professes liberty and justice for all. Richard Russell's name needs to be removed. And his statue, which happens to be in a rotunda devoted to him, his statue has to be removed from the building. His name off the building, his statue removed from the building. He's a self-proclaimed white supremacist. I understand that this is more than some people can handle. I understand. It's as a matter of fact, it hurts me to even say it. If I could live my life and do otherwise, I would, but my conscience won't allow me to do it. My conscience dictates that I must do this. This is a part of the conscious agenda. His name should be removed. Now, there are those who would say, well, Whose name do you want? That's a fair question. And here's a fair response. The fair response is remove his name, let it revert to the name that it had prior to his name being placed on the building, and then select the name of your choice. We can remove his name. We can separate the removal of his name from the renaming of the building. The name that was on the building before it became the Richard Russell Office Building was the old Senate Office Building. Let it revert back to the old Senate Office Building. And then select the name. I have not pronounced at any point in time that I have a name. I have no name to offer. I offer justice to people who find that this name is offensive. And it is offensive. I don't go into the Russell Office Building. That is my means of protesting what I see as something that is insulting. And my guess is that it is insulting to a good many other people. A good many don't know the history that I know. Perhaps that's the reason that they don't take the positions that I take. But I take this position as a matter of conscience. Richard Russell's name should be removed from the Senate Office Building, paid for and maintained with tax dollars. The next item on the conscious agenda is the enactment of legislation that we will be filing, styled with some variation possibly, the Securities and Exchange Atonement Act. Securities and Exchange Atonement Act. As the chair of the subcommittee for oversight and investigations of the Financial Services Full Committee, we held hearings. And we had the largest banks to come in. And we posed a question. Do you think that your institution has done enough to atone for its predecessor institutions or institution having been involved with slavery? Let me explain. Many of our very large banks, I won't go into the names today, I'm prepared to, but I won't. Many of our largest banking institutions had predecessor institutions, meaning banks that at some point they acquired, that literally engaged in the slave trade. One bank, more than one actually, one just came to mind, actually took slaves as collateral, just as you would take a car, a piece of furniture, human beings, collateral. And when the person that placed them in the contract as collateral defaulted, then they were possessed. Just as you would go out and claim a horse that was collateral, they took possession of the slaves. They made money by trading in slavery and in slaves in this fashion. They need to atone. There were insurance companies that insured slaves just as you would insure a horse or cattle. Insured human beings for the benefit of the masters, so that if something happened to the human beings, the master would be compensated. Conscience dictates that there be atonement for this. The world has been set in motion such that you cannot create such egregious offenses and just walk away. And then later say, well, I had nothing to do with that. Why should I have to be a part of the atonement process? Because we are the beneficiaries of slavery. We are. And because the president, whom I happen to agree with, indicated that great nations don't hide from their history. But I would also add, great nations do the responsible thing as it relates to their history, which is to acknowledge it and then atone for transgressions. That's what great nations do. This is a great nation. There should be some atonement. So we will have this introduced, this legislation, and colleagues will be given the opportunity to be original co-sponsors as well as co-sponsors. It's not asking too much for us to investigate, find out which of these mega institutions engaged in the utilization of human beings as collateral and insured them as they would cattle. We should investigate, and they should atone. Because of all of these things, making it perspicuously clear that we need some sort of reconciliation, we will be introducing a resolution, legislation in the form of a resolution for a Department of Reconciliation. We have a Department of Labor to deal with labor issues, a Department of Commerce to deal with issues associated with commerce and business. We have a Department of Defense to deal with issues related to war and peace. We ought to have, as a matter of conscience, a Department of Reconciliation with a Secretary of Reconciliation, just as we have a Secretary of Labor, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Defense, with a budget, just as we have a budget for the Secretary of Labor to further the aims of the department. There ought to be a budget for the Secretary of Reconciliation to further the aims of the Department of Reconciliation. It's time for us to take a systematic approach to dealing with the question of reconciliation in this country. A Department of Reconciliation with undersecretaries of reconciliation, just as we have undersecretaries of commerce, undersecretaries of labor. It ought to have a budget that is comparable to its mission. I have not set the budget, but I do believe that if we index it to the Department of Defense and make it some percentage of that budget, we are likely to have it funded on an annual basis. So I am of the opinion that we should index it, tie it to the budget for the Department of Defense, so that we will always have the money necessary. These things I would hope would happen in the 118th Congress. I don't know that they will, to be very candid. But I do know this. My record will show that as a person of conscience, I brought them to the attention of the Congress. And that the Congress had every opportunity to embrace what I believe to be questions of conscience that have to be dealt with at some point. This is a methodology, a means, if you will, by which we can address some of the egregious circumstances emanating from the arrival of some 20-odd persons of African ancestry in the English-speaking colonies on August the 20th of 1619. That has to be addressed. We still have issues that can be logically traced back to the arrival of some 20-odd persons who were of African ancestry, to their arrival, August 20th, 1619. Let me walk you through a bit of the history. Yes, we ended a war that was a part of bringing slavery to an end, and we passed the 13th Amendment. The war, 13th Amendment, brought slavery to an end. Except then there was something called the Black Codes. And these codes allowed persons to be arrested for not having a job. Well, if you've been a slave and you're now free, didn't have the kinds of systems in place that we have now for persons who are unemployed, you'd be picked up and arrested. And then you could be placed into what is known now as, and then as, a convict leasing program, which was simply another way of saying slavery. People were placed into this convict leasing program, and many of them never left, and they were placed into this program for petty offenses. In Houston, just outside of Houston, we have a grave, a common grave, with 95 bodies, 95 skeletons, the evidence of 95 people who were in a convict leasing program, all buried in a common grave. So sad. It hurts the heart. I understand why people don't want to hear it, because I don't want to say it. Convict leasing, slavery by another name. Moving forward in history, we then had lawful segregation. I lived through lawful segregation. I know what it's like to drink colored water. I know what it's like to go through a door that had coloreds on it, go through the back door to get my food. I just celebrated recently, last several months, September 1st, my 25th birthday for the third time. I lived through segregation. I know the horrors of it. I know what it's like to be separated from others. I know what it's like to sit in the back of the bus. I know what it's like to understand that you have a separate line when you go into the food store, a line for whites and a line for coloreds. I know what it's like to be next in line and have every person who happened to be of Anglo ancestry to come ahead of you until every person is served. And then you take your opportunity to be served. You were last in line simply by being in line. Didn't matter whether you got there first. I know what it's like. I know what it's like to go to schools with hand-me-down books, pages torn out. I know what it's like to be bused by schools some 20 miles to another school, such that you would not be allowed into the same classroom with children who were of a different hue. I know what it's like. I suffered it. But I'm also very proud that we're beyond that. But I'm walking you through this history because there's a point to be made. The Civil War, ending of segregation, ending of convict leasing. The one thing that they didn't end was white supremacy. The Civil War and the 13th Amendment did not end white supremacy. And that is what we have been fighting. By the way, not all persons who are what we call white, who are Anglos, are participating in what intentionally in something that we would call white supremacy. It's not the case. It's not. But there is empirical evidence to support the notion that if you are a person of color and you have superior credit and you seek a loan, you are likely to get less money and a higher interest rate than a person who's not of color, who doesn't have superior credit. The empirical evidence is there. Testing has been done. By the way, there are many people who fight allowing us to do this testing. There are people who don't want the empirical evidence to surface. They give all kinds of reasons for why we ought not do that. We ought to do that because that is a means by which we can ascertain how far we have truly come and understand that sometimes it's the color of skin, not the character within, that determines the worth of women and men. The color of skin still does. Try getting the loan as a person of color. Personal experience. Finished law school, 4 of us applied for a loan. The loan officer cooperated with us, we cooperated with him. We received a loan to open a business, paid every payment on time, and paid the loan off early. We went back to get another loan. A different loan officer declined to let us have a second loan. And when we judiciously explained, we received the first loan. We're asking for less money. We paid the first loan off, and we paid it off early. We were never late with the payment. His response to us was, you shouldn't have gotten the first loan. I've lived it. I don't have to talk about what others have said, what they've told me. This was a loan officer telling 4 lawyers who repaid a loan, paid on time, repaid the loan early, that they shouldn't have gotten that loan. One can but only imagine, if you're not me, what that was like as a lawyer to be told that you didn't qualify for what you qualified for, and you repaid. The point is this, dear brothers and sisters, and whether you like it or not, I consider you my brothers and sisters. I do. I do, because Dr. King was right. There really is but one race, and that's the human race. I concur with him when he said that all persons are created equal, from a base black to a treble white. I believe he was right when he said that fleecy locks and black complexion cannot forfeit nature's claim. Though skin may differ, affection dwells in black and white the same. And were I so tall as to reach the pole, or grasp the ocean at a span, I must be measured by my soul, for the mind is the standard of the man and woman, I might add. I believe in my country. I have faith in the words in the Declaration of Independence. Persons created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I have faith. I have faith in the Pledge of Allegiance, liberty and justice for all. So don't class me with those people who hate the country. I'm not a country hater. I'm a country lover. Just as I love members of my family that I have to tell the truth about and let them know when they've made mistakes. Just as you've done similar things with people you love. You can love a country and still want to make sure that it lives up to its promise. This is about living up to the promise, the conscious agenda. Remember now, those who do this, I know that some, to quote Dr. King, will ask and respond to cowardice, which asks the question, is it safe? Speedy expediency asks the question, is it politic? And then vanity asks the question, is this popular? But it's conscience. It's conscience that will ask the question, is it right? I believe this is not only the right thing to do, but the conscious agenda is the righteous thing to do. And because I believe it, I shall pursue it. And I believe that there are persons in this Congress who will join us in the conscious agenda, who will understand that there may be times when you have to do that which is neither safe nor politic nor popular. To quote Dr. King, you do it because conscience says it's right. And I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to start out with some housekeeping. A lot has been said over the last few days about the huge number of IRS employees that are intended to be added by the Biden administration. And I just want to clarify some numbers. There are new employees who are going to replace entire retired employees, but there are still 25,000 new employees going to be added to the Internal Revenue Service. I should point out that over time you would expect, and this apparently surprises some people, you would expect the number of IRS employees to drop. I used to do taxes. I haven't done those for over 25 years now. But even at that time, as things became more computerized, if you got interest income or dividend income or capital gain income, the IRS would match up those numbers with what appeared on your tax return. So if you got from U.S. Bank $1,000 and you didn't put it on your return, you could expect a letter in the mail, where's the $1,000? Please give us another $300 in taxes. You do not need more employees to do that sort of thing. And again, when you talk about 25,000 more employees in the past, for a state the size of Wisconsin, that's really a small army of 500 new employees. Sometimes it's easier to bring down to the state level because we deal with such big numbers. But whether you're talking about Massachusetts or Maryland or Missouri or Washington State, they all can expect about 500 new employees. And while there may be some people cheating, an increase of that size is just inappropriate. Now, let's look one more time at the new numbers that were released over Christmas break as far as the immigration situation in this country. We have a new all-time record for the number of people coming here in November. Over 200,000, 210,000 people. These numbers were released, by the way, late on a Friday as always, so the mainstream press, who already does a bad job of covering this issue, does not bring them up. Now, a lot of the focus has been on Title 42, but while that didn't go into effect, it didn't stop there from becoming an all-time high. When I talk about 210,000 in November of 2022, a year before that, we were at 131,000 for November, and a year before that, before President Biden took office, we were around 20,000. So we've gone from 20,000 to 210,000. Just as scary, and I'm somebody who believes in intact families, just as scary is the callousness of the Biden administration to the degree to which the open borders situation tears apart families. In November, there were over 9,000 unaccompanied minors released to sponsors apart from their parents. A year ago, instead of 9,000 people being broken away from their parents, we had about 10,000 again, the Biden administration. But a year before that, the final year of another administration, the number was 1,200. There were months in which we had under 200 unaccompanied minors enter the country. We're now over 9,000. Please, I wish we remember that when we have our open borders policy, we are causing so many children to be raised apart from their parents. I also want to point out the number of gotaways, which is a particularly dangerous subgroup of people coming here illegally. So you folks understand there are two big groups of people coming here illegally. There are people who ask for asylum. Usually they don't deserve it, but they ask for asylum and turn themselves into the Border Patrol. So at least we get to do a little medical checkup on them. We're allowed to get a little bit of information on them. If we have the right name, which we may or may not, we can do a little bit of criminal background check on whether they have committed crimes in the United States or Canada. There's another group of people called gotaways that race across the border and take advantage of the fact that right now so many Border Patrol agents are just doing paperwork. We got what, as far as I can see, is the all-time high 73,000 gotaways in November of 2022. And so you understand, if you're somebody who's sneaking fentanyl across the border, if you are somebody who has a criminal record, how would you come here? Would you turn yourself into the Border Patrol? Not likely. You'd rather sneak across the border. And the fact that that subset is increasing even greater than the people who turn themselves into the Border Patrol should scare every American to death. It's time for President Biden to do a little bit more than a perfunctory stop at the border. He has got to look at 2 years ago in November of 2020 when that 210,000 figure was under 20,000. And it can be done once, it can be done again. The American people and the press corps in America ought to hold him accountable and ask him to explain why we used to, as a matter of fact, earlier in 2020, we were under 10,000 people a month, why we used to be able to hold these numbers under 10,000 a month, and now we're over 200,000, and why we used to be able to keep the unaccompanied minors under 1,000, and now they're over 9,000. And when I talk about unaccompanied minors, I am not including minors that were rented by other people because they felt it would be easier to get here with a family, and the Border Patrol knows that's happening as well. So maybe you rent little Johnny to somebody who says, we want to be a family. That's another thing that's not even shown in these numbers. We don't know how often it happens. We just know that it happens. I realize that, Black Lives Matter has been hostile to the traditional nuclear family. I realize that's an important group for a lot of members on the other side of this aisle, but I'll tell you, I don't like it at all when I see over 9,000 unaccompanied minors coming into this country. I want to point out another number that doesn't appear on here, and I wish we'd keep track of it, and that is the degree to which we separate the family and then maybe one parent comes here with the kids, but not two parents. In America, our family court system, if people get divorced, we try to keep both parents around the area for the children. And it breaks the heart of the Border Patrol that they see no effort being done at the border. In other words, if one parent shows up with the kids, maybe dad, maybe mom is left home in Guatemala, El Salvador, wherever, we don't care. And it really bothers the Border Patrol because, of course, they know when it comes to American children, we love them enough that we try to keep both parents involved. But when it comes to the policy at the border, we don't care. I am also told, by the way, that this policy bothers the governments of the countries that these people came from, because they themselves have family courts and they would like to keep both parents involved in their children's lives, and they don't like the callousness of the United States, how they don't care whether the family is apart or not. There's another side to the story as far as what's going on the southern border as well, and that is the number of deportations. You know, people say, oh, yeah, all of such wonderful people crossing the border, blah, blah, blah. Well, they're not all that wonderful. They're people who commit crimes. They're people who catch doing wrong things. And while our immigration system is relatively weak, our deportation is weak compared to what it should be, at least some people historically have been turned back south of the border. Now, if you look, that number was usually over 200,000. Under President Trump, 250,000, 260,000. It slipped to 185,000 in President Trump's final year, in part because of the COVID. Well, we recently got the numbers for fiscal year 22. We're at 72,000. And, you know, the COVID crisis is not exclusively, but largely over. So here we are at a situation in which we have under a third of the number of deportations in which we used to have. So not only are we letting everybody here, not only we are encouraging the breakdown of the families by having so many unaccompanied minors come here, but we are not deporting people like we have in the past. I've talked to a federal attorney, and it disappointed him because he knows the rules they could have operated under, in which you're able to now commit more crimes, do more bad things, and apparently the U.S. government doesn't care. And of course, eventually, as we let more people who commit crimes in this country, it's going to be an increase in the crime rate. It's going to be a less civil America. And I beg the Biden administration to find some of the officials left over from the past administration and show them how it's done, so we don't continue to have so many people who've committed criminal records wind up in the United States. Now, speaking of things that have happened since the New Year's, we finally have the murders in Milwaukee, the city which I was born in. I love Milwaukee so much. When I was a child, Milwaukee had the lowest murder rate of the 25 biggest cities in the country. Depending on the year, it was either them or San Diego. Well, this year we exploded to a new record. We went up from 197 to 224 in 1 year. 27 more than the previous all-time high. And I can remember when Milwaukee had a much smaller population, but that number was under 40. Well, what happened? Part of it, of course, is the police hatred that goes on in our society. I think that really began around Ferguson, Missouri, where we had what was called the Ferguson effect, and police began to become afraid to enforce the law, because no matter how much they were in the right, and of course the Justice Department did investigations in Ferguson, they found out the policeman was in the right in that tragic death, they still were attacked by opportunistic politicians and opportunistic clergy. You know, we had a situation in Ferguson, they called the policeman racist. The Justice Department, even under Barack Obama, felt nothing had been done wrong. The opportunistic and offensive Al Sharpton showed up and attacked or verbally attacked the police in that area, rather than becoming persona non grata, rather than being pushed to the side, we see politicians still trying to ingratiate themselves to Al Sharpton, still try to promote his divisive worldview. And so it's not surprising as the police back off, despite the population falling, the number of murders continue to go up. I beg the members of this body to reject the Al Sharpton divisiveness. Stop standing up on the dais with him. Stop attending joint meetings with him and promoting that lying clergyman. Embarrassment to Christianity, embarrassment to America, and I can't believe there are members of this body who think he is somebody to promote his view of the world. Then we have what I think is the root cause. We have a continued breakdown of the family in America. We know that the Black Lives Matter that was played such a big role in the 2020 elections hates the nuclear family. But I wish our social scientists would do a little bit more investigation on the role of the breakdown in the family and the anger, particularly the young men, the fact that so many men don't have a family to take care of because the government takes care of all the families. And we work our way back to what the murder rate was in the 60s before you had the huge war on the family initiated by Lyndon Johnson. But I ask the social scientists, I ask the journalists to demand information on the background of the murders that are caught, not enough are caught, who are committing the murders in Milwaukee, and also the backgrounds, the family backgrounds of those unfortunate souls who have died because of the Ferguson effect and the police hatred that is fomented by members of this body. My final comment here is with regard to another year gone. Another year, we will wind up, we got the numbers shortly, with over 100,000 people dying of illegal deaths, illegal drug overdoses. We all know two things that politicians should do immediately, because almost all these drugs come across the border. We should shut down that border and prevent any more Americans from dying. You know, big numbers are kind of easy to gloss over. And it's important to remember when we're talking about 100, 107, 108,000, I'm old enough to remember the Vietnam War. We're having twice as many people die of illegal drug overdoses in this country as died in the Vietnam War. And the Vietnam War went on for 12 years. And there were protests. There were so much commentary on the number of people who died. And they were all heroes, and we should talk about it. But we have twice as many people dying in 1 year in this country as died in 12 years in Vietnam. And do you think any increased effort is made to close the border? No, the politicians don't care about that 108,000. And remember, they all had children, they all had parents, some had children, some had siblings, some had friends, but we're so callous, we don't care, another 107,000. What difference does it make? The other thing you should do is, because it's up to the police to find these drug dealers, we one more time should have a little bit more respect for the police. I will shortly be introducing a bill to allow the Border Patrol to hire more drug-sniffing dogs. Anybody who takes the tour down there, I'm sure Joe Biden didn't hang around long enough to find this out, but found out how tremendous those dogs are. They're not cheap. But when I think of all the people who died because of the drug overdoses, I really hope in the upcoming budget we maybe find more money by getting rid of all the new lawyers we are hiring to represent the people coming here legally. And instead of hiring more lawyers, we hire more drug-sniffing dogs. And maybe we can reduce the number of Americans who are dying of the drug overdoses as people come across the border. So those are a little bit of things for the American people to digest. Some more things the mainstream media ought to be taking up a little more headlines, even if the administration releases the immigration numbers on a Friday. Publicize, the huge number of people who are coming across the border. Don't not get anesthetized and stop caring about the huge number of ever-increasing Americans who are dying of the illegal drug overdoses. Please take action. So thank you very much, and I would like to move that the House now adjourn.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor, say aye. Thank you. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.